In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. It is, excuse me. It's steel toe time, and it's all fixed. It's all good except for me, apparently. I'm shit all of a sudden. Oh, look at those sideburns going ape shit. Welcome to the program. It's the final Steel Toe YouTube show of the week. You might have noticed everything's fixed. You might have noticed everything's fine. You might have noticed I look like $1 million goddamn dollars. It's just what I do. I'm a heartthrob. I'm a matinee idol. I'm a sex symbol, some have said. If two of you could please say that in the chat, then that would be an accurate statement. Some have said that Aaron Imholt from Steel Toe is a sex symbol, a Greek god, nay, a Norse idol. These things have been said. Hunnic Barbarian Chic. I don't say these things about me. I don't pretend to think that about myself, but other people, look at that. Miss Tay says, sexy. I'm so sexy. I had someone who called me that. But then again, they turned out to be very susceptible to drugs and bad decisions. So I don't know if that really picks up my ego as much as I thought. Oh, go check out Keanu's show last night. People were sending me, Baja, who was sending me clips of Keanu's show from last night. She was kind of given a bit of an April tell-all. Was very kind to me, and I appreciate that. Kind of set things straight on a lot of the bullshit that's out there, which is appreciated. Then, kind of gives you a glimpse into how things really were, and then goes on to her dealings with Nick and Nick's emotional and psychological abuse all the way back from back in May and July of last year when everything was going down. So Baza, it was Baza who sent me that, DM'd me that on Twitter. I guess this was going on at 2:57 in the morning. She was going through that. And I don't want to play it all. It would be a bit egregious on my end. I think it would be a bit, what's the word, where it's too much? It would be a little, it would kind of be spiking the football on my part. And, there are some days where I feel like spiking the football. I don't really think it's necessary today. But, Keanu, I listened to the 3 clips that I was sent. They're about a combined 5-6 minutes. And very fascinating. Very fascinating, that's for sure. Go check it out, Keanu C. Thompson on YouTube. But Greek god, matinee idol, sexy, as some are saying in the chat. People are talking about the camera. Why is it holy shit? What is it? Holy shit, you're actually clear today. What did you change? Are we gonna get to this? Should I tell you what happened? Should I? Yeah, Packer Backer says you used to be indulgent. That's the word. I don't want to be too indulgent, you know? He says, why not now? You know, I'm a humble giant. I'm a giving God, is what it is. But people are asking about the camera. Why is it better? Why is it clear? You know how I said it might have been your fault? It was my fault. And if you would like, I can explain. I can tell you why it's so goddamn crystal clear. So, you get a new camera, right? You spend a lot of money on your camera. You want your camera to look nice. Well, apparently, in OBS, one of the things, you know, a lot of people, boomers mostly, you plug the thing into the thing, and then you're good to go. You know, you got the USB-C, it plugs into the USB, and you're good to go. You're set, you're done, off we go. Apparently, you have to go into OBS and actually set the camera's resolution and FPS. I had the resolution and the FPS set on OBS, what I wanted to stream in. That was set, so I thought I did that. Well, apparently, you also have to do that with the camera itself. So the reason that it may be so crystal clear and in fine condition today is because somebody just scrolled. So let me see if I can pull up this window for you and drag it over. And here, let's see if we can. Let's put it up here for you guys. I'll show you. I'll shake your ass and show you what I'm working with. Here you go. Put it up on the screen there, up in the corner. There we go. So here's the camera options, right? Now, it doesn't work because I need to show you what size it was for me. It was this size. Okay. So you have deactivate, configure video, configure crossbar. Now, if you scroll down, there's all this shit, the resolution, everything else. I never scrolled down to this part here. So when I didn't scroll down to this part here, I never set the settings to what they needed to be. There we go. Oh, I'm back. I never set the settings to what they needed to be. Thus, OBS was trying to crank out one picture, and the camera was cranking out another picture, which caused for a blurry experience on your end. So, if I told you that the fuzziness was on your part, I apologize. There was a retard living in my brain making me do retarded shit. And its name was Aaron. Yikes. Let's go to Nova. He says, I only give you good advice and you only ignore me every time. LOL. I love it. Yeah, but aren't you and I even? I promoted your show yesterday. I showed your, by the way, if I play your clip on the 30 days thing, I'm going to get in trouble, right? Like you probably mentioned stuff that I probably, yeah. But anyway, go watch Nova. Nova, if you want to put up a link to your stuff, you deserve it. After all of that. So now we're good. Now we're better. We're all set. It's all good. And everything is okie dokie. Thank you very much to Power Windows with $1. Power Windows says, awesome show last night. You know, guys, the evening show and the morning show, both of them have been doing unbelievable lately. Statistically, great, awesome. Monetarily, you guys are amazing. Can't complain about any of them. Morning show and evening show, both out carrying their weight. this week. We're beyond perfect. We're way the fuck over. We're $130 already into today. You guys are incredible. $200 away. That's the number today. We can just casually get there a couple bucks at a time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you very much. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan is in first with, I think, like $145. Dennis is in fourth at $75. So it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Dinosaur Fuel says, where is message 2? I'm waiting on Nick the Milkman. I can't remember what the quote was I'm supposed to put up there, and I don't want to fuck it up. So Nick the Milkman will let us know today, and then I will put that message up. It's a very cucky kind of a message. Let's go to JH. He says, Aaron, did you see Kino Casino go over the Melton and Rekieta cybercrimes timeline? I saw some of it. I saw before when the boys from the casino were calling me gay and ripping me a new asshole. And not only that, but completely misrepresenting everything I said, completely misrepresenting how I answered the question and everything else. I don't care. Kino Casino is very funny. Those guys do what they do. PPP is the king of taking a morsel and turning it into a mountain. A guy could say, you know, the other day I was walking my dog, and PPP would go, oh, so you wouldn't believe it. He's walking his dog. And while he's walking his dog, he's finger fucking neighborhood women, and he's molesting them. Like, it's a PPP has the ability to take the smallest little thing and go, oh my God, he's the Bay Harbor butcher. So he's there and he's at the grocery store. But what he's really doing is scouting people to murder so he can cut their cheek and put it on a slide and have their blood. So I understand what PPP does. It's very funny. And Andy Worski might be the best hype man in the business. So when PPP's going, and I'll tell you this, I'm out of breath. So PPP being a very obese man, moving and jumping and shaking. There are people who are obese, but they have great cardio. I'm going to say PPP's got good cardio. Because bouncing around and shaking like that, I mean, I got to take a minute. But Worski is, I mean, if you need someone to make you feel good about the rant you're going on, you need Andy Worski. Because PPP will be sitting there and he'll be going, and that he's probably murdering dogs in his basement. And Worski will go, wow, that's crazy. I never thought of that. He probably is murdering dogs in his basement. Oh, my God. Dude, bro, that is so fucked. Let's go. So they were calling me a homo last night. That's always nice. You're watching a show. You like the show. You're a big fan of the show. And then they go, and here's Aaron. What a cum-guzzling queer this guy is. And and there were a couple of times where I'm watching it and I'm laughing out loud because you're like, well, wait a minute. I know I didn't say that. I know that wasn't even the question that was asked in the super chat they're going over. And I know that wasn't the message. And if I asked PPP and I said, I'm pretty sure that's not what I said, he'd go, well, I read between the lines and that's what it was saying. We all know the truth. He's a man of God. What am I going to do? Argue with him? By the way, PPP and Keanu, what do they have in common? Have both shown their butthole to people. Have both shown their butthole. Let's go to Honky. He says, Tartsky has like 3 lines. It's over. Let's fucking go. These are negative claps. I love that one. SP and I both used to do that. We both used to go, these are negative claps. These are negative claps. I'll be honest with you, I like negative claps. I like let's fucking go too. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I like a few of Worski's lines. And like I said, he's the best. Like, PPP is one of the better storytellers out there. And Worski's one of the best hype men out there. They understand the give and take of doing a show. Snowcat Tish says that's an scary, accurate impersonation of Worski. I want to. Can we do Andy Worski reacting to, like, if he was Walter Cronkite's co-host when he was doing the Kennedy assassination stuff? Here, Cronkite Kennedy assassination. Kennedy! All right. Breaking news. Here we go. Welcome to the news, buddy.
Now for the next 30 minutes, as the world turns.
In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade.
Whoa! Shots were fired at the president, buddy. Let's fucking go. That's huge. Like, that's really big.
Downtown Dallas. The first reports say that President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
Whoa! He might be dead. Could you imagine? Like, the president's dead, Walter? Whoa, let's fucking go, buddy.
Then it was back to the soap opera, but not for long. Soon after, Walter Cronkite was back, reporting from the CBS newsroom, complete with rotary telephones and wire machines.
Whoa, buddy! So he's got to, if he wants to call somebody, Ashton, he's got to crank that phone. That is fucked, bro. He's got to, like, you can't just touch him, like, on a screen or anything. Like, he's got to crank it.
Been transmitted by wire. It is a picture taken just a moment or two before the incident.
So this was like a moment before they shot, because then they shot him. They shot the president. You can't do that. Whoa, could you imagine if you shot the president? That'd be fucking crazy. Let's go, buddy.
Zoom in with that camera. We can get a closer look at this picture.
Bro, that's zoom negative claps, buddy. That's negative claps on that camera, bro.
And almost exactly 1 hour after his initial bulletin, this now famous announcement.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Whoa, buddy! That's so fucked up. Let's go. Bro, the president's fucking dead. They shot him, dude. You can't shooting the president. Negative claps, bro. Negative claps shooting the president, dude. Ashton, do you have any idea? Like, they shot, like, he's dead. Like, we got to get a new president. Shit. So stupid. They call me a cum-guzzling homo, and I'm like, Andy Worski reacts throughout time. Honky. And the state of Israel is given 10 subs. Let's fucking go. President Kennedy's fucking dead, bro. Mossad gifting 5 subs. Let's fucking go. If we hit the goal tonight, we're going to wear yarmulkes, dude. Veldrain with $1 says, we forgive you, Aaron. Technology is a new thing to someone who spent most of their life in an Amish paradise. We program cameras once or twice, living in an Amish paradise. Go to Hackamania and get lice, living in. Oh, boy. What happened to your voice? You've been shouting at SP again. I feel like my voice is okay. Feel like I'm okay. That's Riding Dirty Llama says, no wonder Johnny quit. Johnny did not quit. He's still here. Nova says, sugar-free Red Bull is worse for you than Red Bull. I mean, am I really in a position to argue with Nova when he's been right about pretty much everything, and I have not? I've not been right about everything regarding the camera and all that other stuff. The important stuff, I fucking crush it. The other stuff, Nova's been kicking my ass. It is interesting you say that, though. Like, I had one of these last night during the evening show, and really until I went to bed, I had like a tightness or like kind of a pain or a soreness in the left side of my chest. So, yeah, maybe it is fucking killing me. Maybe I'm dying. I hope not. I'll go to the gym today. Hey, by the way, 221, we're getting closer. Why don't you have a fucking barbecue pizza to celebrate, fatso? Let's go to Miss Tay. Says, uh-oh, he's hyped up on the Red Bull again. Oh, boy. Bigot on Socialist Media says, Johnny is fine if you don't expect 2 days in a row. My favorite moment from yesterday's show is when Johnny tried to do that act out where he slid down in his chair and then he got stuck. He got stuck. And it took him like a minute or two to get back up into his chair. It was, you can't prepare and plan comedy moments like that. It was wonderful. It was incredible. All right, guys. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Yes, we fixed the camera. Everything's good. We're riding high. Steel toe is going aces. Let's catch up with you guys, and then we've got a bunch of stuff to go over today. Like I said, 200 is the goal, so we're good on that until 8. Let's get it down to, I don't know, 50 an hour? 150, then 1, then 50, then 0. Easy enough. It's been a no-beg last 2 weeks, and we are still perfect. Thank you. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Says, sounds like someone needs a calcium test. Eating that much fatty food isn't Atkins. You just have zero self-control or self-respect. Appreciate it. Sometimes hard truths are what's needed in this world. All right, let's go to what we have first today. We got a lot of stuff. Nova wants me to talk about the 30 days thing. Here's the thing about talking about, if you're wondering what he means by that, Nick Rekieta's pre-sentence investigation findings came out, and the probation department there in Candy, Ojai County said that Nick should get 30 days in jail, not stayed. Now I believe he's going to get a prison sentence and all that stuff, stayed, and he's going to get the probation of 3 to 5 years is my guess. But they're recommending 5 years, 80 hours of community service, and 30 days in the clink, 30 days in the county jail. And that came as a surprise to everybody. Nobody thought he was going to do any jail time. So now it's up to the judge. Now, Nick's lawyer came back and said, how about a year of probation? And then, like, there were some letters written that seemed like they were written in Nick's voice. A little interesting. I won't speak to it, but it was pretty surprising. I don't think that the 30 days is going to happen, although this Judge Wenzel is a hard ass on drugs. It's not a bad idea. I think everybody in his position should get 30 days to start because it's a good way to make sure that the person that we're talking about gets 30 days to clean out, 30 days to dry out, because right now he can drink his fucking ass off. And there have been times where you can tell online or he's been on the phone or whatever, he's been drunk. And he went out to Los Angeles, and Vito said on Dick Masterson's podcast that he was fucking hammered, talking about how the government took his kids at a fucking wedding and he was ignoring social cues to shut the fuck up. Great friend, by the way, great friend. And you have so you now have this thing where that 30 days is hanging over his head, and that's kind of interesting. But I don't think it's going to happen. But it's not up to me. It's up to Judge Wenzel, and it's tomorrow. Snowcat Tish says he'll only do jail if he violates probation. That stipulation is in the prosecutor's recommendation. That's the prosecutor. This is a different thing. This is the probation pre-sentencing investigation. It's totally different. Thank you very much to Veldrain for $1. Says JFK's head was in the wrong place, but someone was there to clear his mind. That's very terrible. Hobo Chili with $2. Oh, my God. Look, the very rare hobo donation. I must be doing something right. Aaron, you look fat in the color green. Usually he doesn't have to pay to say something like that. You're shaped like a head of lettuce. Hobo, I mean this. You're a sweetheart. You're a sweetheart. A Tub says Aaron's selling Herbalife as a side hustle. Now, I don't think calling me a leafy, round F word is really necessary, Sam Show. I believe we all understood what hobo meant when he said that I look like a head of lettuce. Well, shall we get on with it? Yeah, people have been writing me messages and asking me, what do you think about the 30 days thing? I don't think it's going to happen. I think the 5 years probation is going to happen. I've said 3 to 5 from the very beginning. Minnesota's very lenient on drug addicts. They want to give you they don't want to take up a prison cell, and they don't want you to do drugs and drink anymore because you've already proven you can't fucking handle it like the rest of us can. So they want you to be clean for 5 years, and then they figure you'll behave yourself after that because he'll be fucking 50 by that time, and you'll be too old for this shit, and you'll have kicked it by then. And then they don't have to spend any more money on you. No locking you up. No 3 hots in a cot. That's the idea. Let's go to Snowcat Tish. Says probation doesn't decide the sentence. The prosecutor makes a recommendation. Probation adds input, and then it's the judge's decision. Correct. I believe that's the way I put it. I believe that's the way I said it. And I agree with Snowcat Tish. And I do believe that, again, I think the judge will go with a combination of the recommendations. Approachable with $1 says, after 20 hours of work, my memory is a little foggy from yesterday. Didn't you have some nice background music to play while covering that story? You guys kept that going for the whole 2.5 hours. Deutschad says we should recommend songs to help with Nick's sentencing. They kept giving me money last night. We didn't even do a show. The audience just wanted to pay to play Nick Rekieta background music, theme music for 30 days in jail. And it got fucking dark, these people. And I kept going, let's move on. Let's do something else. They're like, here's some more money, you fat gay fuck. And they just keep throwing it at. So that's why your guys' goal is so low today. That's why there may not be a goal on Monday night. It got a little weird. It got into the hundreds of really weird. So thank you. JH says, Aaron, are you shocked that Nick's buddies, Melton and Moody, are pedos and terrorist supporters? Are they terrorists? But I haven't heard they're terrorist supporters. That's being alleged. They said the show 24 is right-wing anti-terror propaganda. JH, you have a weird thing for Kiefer Sutherland, and it's making me uncomfortable. Dysrhythmia says, please tell me he didn't play the whiskey drinking layers. No, and that's so corny and awful. Everybody drinks whiskey. That's not like only a nerd would think that's a big, yeah, I'm a whiskey drinking lawyer. That's nothing. That's like being Amish for a lawyer. Lawyers do like coke and heroin and, they go fucking crazy. Whiskey drinking lawyer, that's called a queer. That ain't shit. Bappa Shab says Nick's going to have to eat that probation. Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe Mersh should make a prediction on it, and then you guys can take the opposite of whatever Mersh predicts, and that usually ends up being correct. Aaron's going to have to eat that felony. Is he? Is he? Female cop was there. There was a gun drawn. A doggo didn't die. No felony. Which people are still mad about. They're still seething and angry. They're like, I got away with. What are you fucking talking about I got away with? I pled guilty to the thing I did wrong. I defeated the charge that I didn't do. I mean, it couldn't have been a more just, fair decision. I admitted, I was open with, I was like, which, by the way, I would have done from day one. I would have done from day one. I would have admitted to what I did, and we could have moved on past this whole thing, but they had to add something on there that I didn't do, and I beat that one, and they dropped it, and they agreed. They said, all right, you didn't do that one, but did you do this one? And I said, yeah. They said, you put that on paper, we're good. I said, okay. Feel bad. I'm sorry. Stupid fucking terrible thing to do. I'd like to be able to admit it and move on. And that's what we did. They've got him dead to rights on the felony. Yeah, to the point that we were, to the point where they were like, all right, fucking forget the felony. I feel like maybe the prosecutor watches Nick and Mersh, and they were like, oh, God, if these dipshits think it's a good thing, you know what? Let's drop that right away. Let's go to Dub. He says, if Nick R wins, another win despite the snow. It's not a bad one. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, nitrous huffing lawyer doesn't have the same ring to it, if I'm being honest. That's true. Nitrous huffing lawyer is not as good. Nick the Milkman with $2 says, my message was, I'm a cuck for Ricada. All right. You know what I love about these sayings that people were paying to put in the other night? Is that it doesn't have to be me saying them. It's technically them. So, I'm a cuck for Ricada. Nick the Milkman. There, so see, now it's his quote. It's perfect. Thank you, buddy. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Mersh has no room to criticize anyone. He couldn't make food stamps work and snitches to police. Yeah, didn't he write like a big letter? He wrote like a big letter to like a detective in Florida, like trying to get Jesse P.S. and porcelain. And didn't he try? Yeah. Somebody fill me in on the Mersh lore. Maybe I'll have to go back and watch the porcelain documentaries. But didn't he try to get Porcelain in trouble with the cops because Porcelain was saying mean things about him on Discord? I got a great idea, Mersh. Get off of fucking Discord and go do some shit. It's what I do. Only time I ever see Discord is when people inside that Discord community are ratting out the other people and sending it to me. Fucking dicks. You fucking two-faced assholes. Taking your boy Melton and just fucking shivving him right in the big blubbery side. No, Snowcat Tish, that wasn't it. It was more they kind of saw the case falling apart with the Gino and Keanu stuff, and they were like, look, let's... And we had already let them know, like, what we were willing to do, and they came that way and a little bit more, and we were like, well, it's hard to say. Hard to say no. They're saying that the scroll is cutting off the Nick the Milkman name. Oh, shit. Let's go back. We'll fix it. We'll get this fixed. There we go. Nick the... Oh, God damn it. It's not showing up. $5 from Nick the Milkman says, thanks, fucker. Veldrain with $1 says, Nick is a great guy unless he has access to narcotics, social media that feeds his narcissism, and decisions left for responsible adults. Other than that, great guy. Well, hey, how about that? Other than everything else that people have to do in the world, great guy. Great guy. As long as he doesn't have a computer, as long as he's locked in a room by himself, great guy. Let's go to Hobo Chili says, Mersh is built like sweaty laundry. Never heard that before. Nova says, if Mersh leaves his power chair, he will die. Okay, see, I didn't know that. But yeah, there was something about like he got caught sending the police like Jesse Powell Stroud and this... I don't know what Porcelain's name is. I don't think he uses it, so I won't. But, yeah, and this guy Porcelain on the internet, they're all saying mean things about me and sending me coleslaw. Like, if I'm a detective, I see that and I go, well, did you eat the coleslaw? That was such a nice gift. Like, I love Jesse for sending coleslaw to my house, or Jesse's fans for sending coleslaw to my house. It was Lunds and Byerly's coleslaw. They didn't get me, like, the cheapest, shittiest, most awful coleslaw. Look, Pot Awful fans, if you ever want to send me Lunds and Byerly's deli products, I'm not going to say no. Not going to say no, guys. All right, let's get to the stuff we've got for today. Thank you guys very much for joining us this morning. Hit like, hit share, hit subscribe, hit follow, become a fan, make other people be fans, threaten if you have to. 195 away from today. Thank you very much for your generosity. Let's bang that out and call it a perfect week. That's it, 195, and we're perfect. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Guys, we got a few big comebacks today on the show. Couple of really big names making comebacks. Number one, 82-year-old former President Joe Biden. That's right. If we would have reelected him, he would be 82 years old. Now we've got a young spring chicken in there who just turned 79. So it's a fucking youth movement in the White House. Then we've got the comeback we're going to cover first, and that is the great, all-powerful, the honorable governor of my fine state of Minnesota, the one and only Tim Walz. Democrats have decided to make heroes of the most fucked up people. I don't understand what their game is. I don't understand what their fucking gimmick is here. But Tim Walz and many other Democrats are taking up for this total piece of shit that we deported to El Salvador that 2 courts found was an MS-13 member. Now, the Democrats' defense is he shouldn't have been deported, even though he was here illegally, even though twice an immigration court found he was a member of MS-13. The Democrats are defending this Kilmer Abrego Garcia by saying, wait, you can't say he was a member of MS-13. And we're like, why? Like, because he says he's not. Oh, well then, why didn't you say so? Oh my God, I'm against this Trump guy. You mean that it's been proven that this guy's a member of MS-13 beyond a reasonable doubt in a court? But he says, no, I'm not MS-13, never have been. No, never. Oh, well, as long as the former MS-13 guy says that he's not MS-13, we should totally believe him. Before we do that, Nick the Milkman did send us a clip. I apologize. I skipped it. $2 from him. He says, play the fucking clip. Let's see. So, I'm a cuck for Ricada. You son of a bitch. By the way, I am going to kill that second light. I've got 2 lights today. That's washing me out. I look sick. I look ill. And not like the good kind, like hip hop. I just look sick. I'm washed out. I think we're going to kill Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. We're going to kill that one. We're going to keep this guy here. Yeah, this morning before the show, that camera or that light right there, I just stumbled like an asshole. And I barreled into the camera, and it fell, or the light, and it fell down right into the camera. I had to do some fixing quick this morning, but we got her done, as the kids say. Doorman with $5 says Cucko Drive is still the address, correct? No, I do not live on Cucko Drive, but thank you, Doorman, for the $5. 190 is the number for today. Thank you guys very much. So let's do this Tim Walz clip. Apparently, if you can't trust a former MS-13 member, I mean, Jesus Christ, who can you trust in this cold, cruel world? You know, the crazy thing about them defending this Abrego Garcia guy, he's their new hero to fight against Trump. The crazy thing about this is that let's give them the point. Let's surrender the point. He's still here illegally. Like, there's you got to watch out for these little Overton window shifts where the conversation changes to something that shouldn't matter, because that becomes now the discussion and the starting point for every discussion thereafter in this country from then on. Once the Overton window shifts a certain way, it's hard to push it back. So it seems from like 2016 Trump administration to 2024 Trump administration, in 2016, the rule was you here illegally, you're gone. And then in 2024, it became, are you here illegally and you've committed a crime? Well, then you're gone. That's a little weird to me. I still think the standard should be, are you here illegally? Well, then we have nothing more to talk about. Get the fuck out. So this Abrego Garcia guy, it shouldn't matter if he's MS-13 or not. I mean, sure, it sweetens the pot, and who the fuck is going to defend it except a party with a 25% approval rating. But it should be, okay, I mean, the Trump administration should be able to go, yeah, it turns out we don't give a shit if he's MS-13 or not, even if 2 immigration courts have said he is. He's here illegally, bye. You're going to El Salvador, where he is a citizen. That's the other thing. He's a citizen of El Salvador. He can go there. They're going to lock him up. And then our media was asking President Bukele if he would release them in El Salvador. And he's like, no, we're not really in the business of releasing terrorists in our own country. It's not a thing we do. So this is Tim Walz last night on the only place that'll have him, MSNBC. The Democrats are really desperately looking for a new spokesperson, and they're trying to make Tim Walz happen, and I don't think fetch is going to happen in this case. Let's take a listen.
I have come to understand what Donald Trump, what pops into his head and he says, he's going to carry it out. Once again, he talked.
Thank you. Finally, you guys are it took these guys years to finally get on the same page with the rest of us. But Tim, here's the deal. That's why we like him. He says some shit, it sounds nuts, and then he does it. We like that, Tim. You sit there and you say shit, and then when we go, well, that's not true, he's like, yeah, well, you know, we're politicians. We talk shit all the time. Right. Ergo, why we fucking hate you. And then you guys sit there and bitch, and you're like, well, the shit Trump says, he actually does. Yeah. We believe him. So then we vote for him. And then he does those things. And some of us are like, some people are full-blown MAGA, and they're like, no, when he does it, I'll justify it. He's my guy. And then some of us are more like, yeah, he does fucked up shit from time to time, but most of it I really like. Plus, he's just a fucking grenade in the window. I want to see it go off. That's my Trump relationship. My Trump relationship is it's a rock through a window. It's a riot in the street. It's a rebel revolution. It's fighting for pieces. Burn, baby, burn. It's a brick in the wall. It's the first one to stand and the last one to fall. It's a hip-shaking devil on the stage at Tupelo. It's doing what you want instead of doing what you're told. It's a preacher burning records telling folks they ought to pray because the shepherd bought a Gibson and he led the flock astray. And quite frankly, that's damn rock and roll. Anybody want to go in the chat and make a guess at what I just did there and yell at me and call me gay? And you can't just yell at me and call me gay. By the way, I'm squeezing on one of my kids' toys this morning. There you go. My dinner request came in for cooking on for tomorrow night. White chicken chili. Never made white chicken chili. I'm excited to do it. Yeah, okay, you guys got it. Yes, it was an Eric Church song. Thank you, Bigot on Socialist Media. Bonus points if you got the name of the song. It's Eric Church, That's Damn Rock and Roll. So thank you for getting that. Veldrain with $1 says Patrick M. tried to join MS-13. He asked if any of the misses might be younger. He was told to leave, and that was his attempt at joining MS-13. Oh, younger than 13. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. People are saying this is a Baldo. It's not. It's not a Baldo. It's a little alien guy. You squeeze him, and his shit goes crazy. It's kind of a fun little squeeze ball. No, Miss Tay, that's not true. It doesn't make my wank hand stronger. Squeezing it with my left anyway. Totally different. Papa Shop says, you look exactly like that toy. Is that me? Is that? I don't think so. Hold on. I'll squeeze myself, right? Oh my God. Holy shit, I do. Hold on. Let me squeeze with one hand, and I'll squeeze this guy with the other. Wow. I think, you know what? I think we might have found a match. Deutsch Chad says he's training the lefty. I don't. All You Can Eat Negro says, and the show has hit a new low. Oh, you don't know how far I can debase myself, sir. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue with Tim Walz. I got distracted. So Timmy Blue Britches, he believes that this terrorist guy that we deported, he's all right. He's just misunderstood. The rest of us are assholes. And the big problem with Donald Trump is that he does the things he says he's going to do, which is weird, but okay, go ahead.
I have come to understand what Donald Trump, what pops into his head and he says, he's going to carry it out. Once again, he talked about the tariffs. He talked about you know, he's going to deport people. And this whole thing with Mr. Abreu Garcia, it's that old wisdom and terrifying is if you're not speaking up for this man, there will be no one left to speak up for you.
Did this asshole just do the Holocaust Jew thing? Did you really just compare Karmelo Abreu Garcia to who was that? Who was it who wrote that? I can't remember. Was it Elie Wiesel? Who's Elie Wiesel? Oh, I think I might have just named a Nazi. I don't know why that name popped into my head. Elie Wiesel. Political activist, Nobel laureate. That might have been his quote. There was no one left to speak out for me. Who wrote that? Pastor Martin Niemöller. That's who it was. So he's doing the Pastor Niemöller thing where he's like, oh, there was a guy who was deported for being MS-13 and I didn't speak up because I wasn't MS-13. And then when I was deported for being the most boring fucking white guy in Minnesota, which is a hell of an accomplishment, especially with me being here, there was no one left to speak up for me. You've got to be out of your fucking mind. Is this the best you guys are going to have? Because I got news for you. The majority of America is glad this guy got deported. They're glad that Abreu Garcia is gone. They're going to be glad when every illegal immigrant is gone. You guys lost this debate for once you couldn't cajole and imprison and guilt and white shame and all this other shit to because Latinos, black people, and white people agreed that if you're here illegally, you got to go. So they voted for a guy who said if you're here illegally, you got to go. You guys are not going to convince us that you're right on this. You're going to have to come to where we are. I know Democrats can't do that. I know anybody who doesn't come your way is a racist and a bigot. Well, guess what? The blacks and the Latinos and the Asians are coming to the right. So you're not going to be able to race shame everybody, especially black people and Latinos, because they're going to tell you to go fuck yourselves. They haven't been sitting here having their race shame beat into them over the course of the last 50 years like your party's been doing to white people. White people you can guilt. White people you can shame. You've beaten them down. You've conditioned them through the universities and everything else. But the hood don't play that shit and the barrio don't play that shit. So you're not going to be able to guilt the Latinos and the blacks that are leaving your party by saying like, oh, God, shameful, terrible. There's no one left to speak out for me. I'm sorry. They ain't buying it. There's a lot more white people than you'd know that ain't buying it either. The guy was MS-13. You guys can deny that if you want to. Fine. He's here illegally. You pick the ability of the left to pick the dumbest fucking mascot, George Floyd, Karmelo Abreu Garcia. I'm not going to say Karmelo Anthony because I don't think that's their guy, but like they just simp for the biggest pieces of shit and then wonder why the rest of us aren't listening to them.
Whether it's Chris Krebs that they're going after for simply, I know Chris Krebs. He's a Republican. He was there to provide election security in 2020. He did it, and all he said was it was a fair election. They're coming. They're going to do this. So I think
we're already here, bro. They're not coming. And they're like, oh, Donald Trump's going to deport you. He ain't going to deport my pasty Midwestern ass. I'm good. They're trying to make it that way. They're trying to get to middle America and go, oh, he could do it to you. No, he can't. Go ahead. Let's put, oh, you're just being arrogant. You're goddamn right, because I'm right. Let's put her there, Governor. Let's bet. I get your third term if a bunch of white or black American citizens, natural-born citizens, are deported. You win. No, if that happens, you win. If that doesn't fucking happen because you even know it won't, I get your third term. And we all get to have a lot of fun.
Biggest thing is, I'm convinced now he's not going to listen to the courts. And I've been saying there is a final firewall, and it's the people. All the people, and you just had Senator Van Hollen, who there's nobody better.
Oh, God, Chris Van Hollen is such a douche. Did you see what he did? Christopher Van Hollen is now going to El Salvador, and he's going to go get this Abreu Garcia, and he thinks he's going to bring him back. I'd love to see them just fucking arrest Chris Van Hollen when he gets back. God, that would make me so happy.
He has to speak up for his constituent because they do plan. If they think they can get away with this, they will press it further.
That's the rumor. You're a daisy if you do. God, I hope they make that guy the face of that party. I hope Tim Walz is like the Democrat of Democrats, and he's going to be like, hey, this Tim Walz is going to be the future of this party. Please, 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 please. I would love for Tim Walz to be the future of the Democratic Party. Let him be the nominee. Do you know how fucked that party is? Jon Stewart is polling. He's like in the middle of the pack of who should be their next presidential nominee. They're trying to get Stephen A. Smith to run. Stephen A. Smith, who the only political take he's ever had is that the Democrats are dog shit. The Democrats now want to see if he'll run for president. I mean, sports would be very interesting in this country. I'd like to see Stephen A. Smith become president and then LeBron hang in there long enough to win another title. And then him and Stephen A. Smith have to meet at the White House. I think that would be fascinating. Or maybe, you know what, maybe Bronny wins one. Veldrain with $1 says, Trump derangement syndrome seems really different after Bill Maher talked about his dinner with Trump, about how Trump is more self-aware. I hope the other side is similar. Otherwise, they are nuts. There's reasonable, good Democrats and like lefty people out there. The only problem is the Democratic Party fucking hates them and tries to kick them out. You get a Bill Maher where Bill Maher kind of saw the light in his 50s and 60s. And he's like, look, I'm not going any further left than this because these people are fucking wackos. And then when he did, the Democrats went, get him. He's a fucking conservative. He's a piece of shit. Jon Stewart came out against the COVID stuff, said it was a lab leak, all of that. And by the way, when you lose Jon Stewart on germs, I mean, this is a neurotic, germ-fearing Jew we're talking about here. And he's sitting there going, you guys are going a little nuts on this germ shit. You've gone too far. So anybody who starts to go anywhere near where the American people are, anyone who starts to empathize and agree with the American people, the Democrats just blast them out of orbit. How are you going to win that way? Every time you have a Democrat who gets close to what the people want, they become Republicans. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Bill Maher, you name it. They start to make a little bit of sense and people start to agree with them. Get the fuck out of here. Pretending to give the people what they want, that's a Republican thing now. Us Democrats are here to just tell people what to believe. Bill Maher only likes Trump because he's a Jew, says Bapa Sham. I didn't know that. Historically White says Bill Maher and John Leibowitz totally are guys. Yeah, I mean, they pushed these guys over towards the right. Do you know how many like media figures and how many personalities that are out there right now? Like their whole gimmick is, I want to be a Democrat, but they fucking kicked me out, so I'm hanging out with you Republicans. I mean, the Young Turks are on their way to being there. Piers Morgan's over there. Piers Morgan is like a righty now. Piers Morgan's a UK lefty. And he got too right-wing for the Democrats here, so they go, oh, you fucking conservative. Get out of here. Go what? You want to see a real conservative against Piers Morgan? Watch his interviews he did with Tucker Carlson. And Tucker just wipes the floor with him. They like each other. They were very cordial about it, but Tucker was just, he ran circles around him. But Piers Morgan is seen as a right-wing guy now because he talks to right-wing guys. So, yeah, you know what? Keep going with Tim Walz. Tim Walz is doing great. I think that's the guy for the Democrats going forward. I mean, the two Democrats who are getting the most TV time right now are Tim Walz and David Hogg, and I think that's the way to go. I think even people who are against Trump trying to get a third term will try to give him one if those are your two options. Hogg Walz, 2028. Walz Hogg, Hogg Walz. There's a marketing gimmick in there somewhere, right? Veldrain says, yeah, Piers Morgan didn't fall for the Meghan Markle race bit. That's exactly what happened. He was like, this Meghan Markle shit is retarded. She's an idiot. This has nothing to do with race. They painted him as a racist. Who was the other one who stood up against Meghan Markle's bullshit and lost her job for it? Sharon Osbourne, Ozzy's wife. Ozzy's wife had a multi-million-dollar job on a talk show, and she said Meghan Markle's an attention-seeking crazy person. And they went, oh, what are you, some kind of a racist? And there's Jerry O'Connell sitting there wearing pink pants. He doesn't have any fucking balls left. He wasn't going to stand up for her. So she got canned too. Not before they made her go on TV and like cry and beg for her job. Then they canned her. Bigot on socialist media says, how retarded do you have to be to agree with anything a F like David Hogg says? Super retarded. You have to be super retarded. You're asking me how retarded? Super retarded. That's how retarded you have to be. Hey, boys and girls, 190 away from today. We got a shorter than usual goal today. We appreciate that. Chip in, throw a couple bucks towards the toe, and we'll call it a perfect week this week. Hey guys, I got some Karmelo Anthony news for you this morning. They bought their house officially. There it is. Family of black teen charged with murder moves into fancy home after he was released on massively reduced bail. Now, people are trying to give this judge shit for reducing Karmelo Anthony's bail. They're trying to make it look like it was a race thing or something like that because she's a black judge. That's not what it was. What it is that Karmelo Anthony has no priors and he's not a flight risk. So he's not a risk to leave the country or anything like that. He's under house arrest. He's got the ankle bracelet on. He's $250,000. And by the way, $250,000 is not pocket change. So $250,000, I think, was a fair bail. I think that whole bail thing was kind of a nothing burger. But what's not a nothing burger is that they raised $500,000 on givesendgo for this fucking guy. And now they bought an $863,000 house. By the way, that better have a good lot. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, 3,300 square feet. I suppose in Minnesota, that's probably $650,000. A house like that. So maybe. And where is that? Texas? Yeah, it's probably houses in certain parts of Texas are probably more expensive than Minnesota. But you can get some bang for your buck around here with houses because a lot of people don't want to live in a frozen tundra for more than half the year. So $863,000 house. He's also going to hire security. There's rumors that they're buying cars. I mean, they're swinging for the fences with this $500,000 for Karmelo Anthony. The only problem is givesendgo reported yesterday that there has been no request for the funds, and they have not done their usual checks that they have to do to see that they can distribute the funds to see if this has gone against any of their terms of service. So I think the funniest thing that could happen with this Karmelo Anthony thing is that givesendgo gets so much shit that they go, guys, I'm sorry, we can't pay out the $500,000. It actually looks like you'll have to go it alone. We're sorry. We're refunding everybody's money. We can't do it. It's too bad of a black eye on our service. And we have to say no. And then the family's like, yeah, but fuck, we just bought a damn near $1 million home. We kind of need your guys' help on this one. I mean, it's a $130,000 down payment alone. No, I had it right the first time. $170,000 down payment alone on that house. So we kind of need that $500,000 givesendgo. But yeah, givesendgo said there is no guarantee and there has been no request for the funds from the Karmelo Anthony drive. So that's very fascinating. It is a possibility that whole thing doesn't happen. I mean, Kloppo said he has no record, but he is definitely gang related. Yeah, but if you don't, here's the problem. Like, if you don't stand up for him, who's going to stand? There will be nobody left to stand up for you, according to Tim Walz. You have to start standing up for these gangsters, or you'll, or nobody'll stand up for you. Because if I can think of one guy who would have my back if I ever got in trouble, it's definitely Karmelo Anthony. Klopogram says the police have video of the attack now. Yeah, and we're not going to see it before there's a trial or anything like that. Chips and Diff says that's the bank's fault for not checking into the finances. Well, here's the thing. What does the dad do for a living? What does the mom do? Maybe they had money coming into this whole thing. Maybe they were already independently well off, and this $500,000 was just extra. And also, it's another good reason why, the bail, it's a good thing for the bail, because if they get the $500,000 and they need every dime of that for the house, they're going to make sure that little fucker goes to court. The parents at this point are like, look, we're already going to lose a son for the rest of his life. I don't want to lose my new house, too. At least we can get a house off the kid, It's not every day you got parents who raise a kid who ends up going to prison for killing a guy, and he ends up buying you a house because of it. It's very, very rare. McBuster says Karmelo Anthony were annoying. Anthony should have had them. Well, Carmela. The Sopranos. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's go to 191 Redbird for 5. He says several students have claimed he has pulled a knife on other students in school before. Yeah, I don't think this is the first time. He had the thing at the ready in his bag. I just think it would be hilarious if givesendgo didn't pay out the money and they gave everybody a refund. Because GoFundMe had one and they already shut it down a while ago. And the givesendgo one is where the $500,000 was. Thank you, Redbird, for the $5. 185 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much. Very generous of you. It's our final goal of the week. Thanks a million. Well, guys, moving on from the Karmelo Anthony thing, we have sandwiching being the pieces of white bread between the Karmelo Anthony story. The reverse Oreo, if you will. We had Tim Walz at the top. We had Karmelo Anthony. Now I bring you the return of President Joe Biden. That's right. He's back.
Oh, buddy. Wow.
That's right. Joe Biden made a comeback this week. He made a speech at this is where the former president of the United States is speaking now. At the Advocates, Counselors, and Representatives for the Disabled in Chicago. Well, no better guy, right? To speak to a bunch of disabled people than Joe Biden. You talk about being on brand. It kind of nailed it. The talk was focused largely on Social Security. But, it is Joe Biden, so he did veer off the beaten path a couple of times. Would you guys like to see some clips from Joe Biden's big comeback? Joe Biden's first speech since losing the presidency and having to walk away. Would you like to see? Joey's back. Joey. Let's see what Joe Biden had to say. Clip number 1. This was funny. So Donald Trump posted this, and he didn't even put anything up with it. He didn't tweet anything. He didn't put a caption. He just he put a 14-second Joe Biden clip up from his speech and just went here. Now, this is Donald Trump we're talking about. He shit talks everybody, especially his rivals. And this is, you could argue, I don't know if it's Hillary or Biden. I'd say maybe Hillary's his number one rival, then Biden. I don't think Kamala really is a rival for him. But this is one of the guys he hates the most. And he didn't even feel the need to take a shot at him. This is Joe Biden at his speech.
And I had never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time I was only going in 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by.
He was president for 4 years, by the way. He was the vice president for 8 years to the first black president of the United States. And he goes, I saw a bus and I saw these colored kids going by. I didn't know what these colored... You would have thought a bus full of cuttlefish was driving by, the way Joe Biden talks about them like they're aliens. We saw these things called colored kids going by. And I thought, they want to go to school with us. And my friend Forrest said, with us? They do? And then my friend Forrest went to follow him in, and one of the colored kids dropped their book, and my friend Forrest walked up to him and said, ma'am, you dropped your book. And then he went into the school with them, with the colored kids.
And I had never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time when I was.
Oh, Scranton sounds so nice back then. I'm kidding. Scranton sounds way better now. Scranton sounds like a utopia. I'm sure back in the 40s and 50s, Scranton was a pile of shit. All those steel jobs and manufacturing money. Ugh. Dads who could take their families on vacation once a year on a one-income household and have 2 or 3 kids and a car in the garage. And a chicken for dinner costs 35 cents. And ew, what a shitty place to be. It all comes at a price, doesn't it? Scranton's probably more diverse now and probably a much nicer place to live.
And I was only going in 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by. And
now we call them, in my opinion, we should start calling them colorful kids. Colorful kids. Isn't that a lot nicer? Yeah, MSO's right. He saw a bus full of corn pops. What the fuck? I saw a bus full of collard greens. I couldn't believe it. I was hungry. By the way, I see that MSO does not have a Rumble membership. I would like that issue addressed post-haste if we could. I need MSO with a Rumble membership. Riding Dirty Llama says, hey, stop describing my childhood. Sorry, yeah. Whoopsie daisy. Clopogram says, all those black kids rubbing the hairs on my penis. Sorry, I meant my legs. Yeah, we have Joe Biden with that. We can do. You guys want to do some Joe Biden revisiting this morning? I'm for it. Revisiting Joe Biden's greatest hits. All of the kids that would swim up to the pool and they would play with the hairs on my legs. Fuck, we don't need to talk about this right now. It's not necessary. 185 away from this morning. Go ahead and throw in. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Damn near a perfect week for the toe. All right, we have more clips of Joe Biden. We don't just have that one. This is Joe Biden talking about dignity. The guy who let a bunch of young whippersnappers in the White House throw him out of his fucking job and just sit there and get wheeled out and go, okay, I guess Kamala's turn. By the way, Trump, I think, is the only person to ever beat 2 candidates in one election. It's pretty impressive. Knocked out Joe Biden, got the decision win over Kamala. Pretty impressive. So Joe Biden is going to scream about dignity here. I'm going to let you guys decipher what this could be about.
It's about dignity. Simple.
Dignity, as comedian Pat Cooper used to say. Dignity. They can't take away my dignity.
Dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of their standing, regardless of economic situation.
Did you just say that we should all be treated with dignity? I've always heard that what you want is no dignity. Now I'm confused as all fuck.
Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity.
Oh, all right, well. I guess I don't like the way you work it. Diggity.
Regardless of their standing, regardless of economic situation, regardless of who they are, making sure that more than 60 million Americans who are living with disabilities are treated with dignity is who we are as Americans. That's what it's about.
No offense, Mr. Former President, but you're a little biased, aren't you? 60 million senior citizens should be treated with dignity. Well, of course you think that. You are one. So now the rest of us have to stop pushing elderly people's chairs down the stairs because you said they should be treated with dignity? Way to spoil our fun, dickhead. So Joe Biden's getting up there. It is kind of fitting, though, that a senile man gives a speech at a seniors conference. What else do we have? So remember, Joe Biden is here to talk about Social Security and old people and all that. I don't know if you remember from when he was president, but Joe gets off on tangents from time to time. And Joe got off on a bit of MAGA tangent during this speech. I'm going to guess, based on this clip, that he's not over it yet.
Who in the hell do they think they are?
People who won the election. Who the hell do they think they are? The people who have your old job? That's who they think they are.
Every 5 years, and then wait around and be... no. I will not go further or get in trouble, but look, folks.
From who?
Can you imagine the chaos of it?
He got worse. He got worse in the last few months. Joe got worse. I'm here to talk about Social Security. I'm here to talk about our dignity of all people and the dignity, no doubt. And I'm here to tell people of with the dignity and the scoops and the shovels and the digging. And what the dignity means for the old people with the digging. But first, these mega assholes, these pieces of shit, I think they are not going to say anything more. Not because I'm going to get in trouble, but because I forgot what the fuck I was talking about. Quite frankly, I don't know where I am anymore. Does anyone have a glass of water for me? We got more. Oh, we don't have any more. Somebody said I should play the clip of when he walks up to the mic. You mean there was more goodness from old Joe? Ryan the Garbage Man says, Control-Alt-Delete, Control-Alt-Delete. Triple N says, can we watch Johnny lose his dignity? It's diggity, you fucking idiot, from yesterday morning. Yeah, but he climbed his way back to diggity. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, play when Biden first walks up to the mic. We'll find it for you. Justin Kemple with $1.99 says, the child sniffer. The child, that's not, it's not a nickname he likes to go by. He prefers President Fuck Up, unfortunately. That puts us 180 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, all that happy stuff. Thank you guys very much. Throw a couple of bucks in. Let's get our last win of the week and call it another perfect week for the toe. Thank you, kids. We can find him. Did he do a funny walk up to the mic? Did he do a shitty walk? Joe Biden speech. There we go. Did he walk up to did he get lost again? Did he get lost? There's the colored people clip. We have that.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. He's talking over the music?
Thank you.
Joe, wait for the music to go down. Joe, we're going to bring you up to music. When the music, it's not in your head, Joe. It's playing for everyone over the PA system here at the Sof. By the way, you guys ever stayed at a Sofitel? I did years and years and years ago once. I had a girlfriend at the time. I was in college, and we were going out in Minneapolis one night. We stayed at the Sofitel. I liked it. It was nice. Great story, Aaron. Thanks. Appreciate it. Back to the retard. And then Joe Biden.
Who deserve help and paid.
I'm sure they plan to have him stand at the podium and do this thing and thank you. Oh, wonderful. And they were going to slowly fade the music down. But dipshit just tramples over the music, tries to start talking. What a stupid dick. I miss him. Not as president, just, talking. So is that the only clip we missed? Fox News cut into Joe Biden's speech. Oh, really? I hate when they do this. So Fox News and CNN will do this thing where they'll cut to something and it'll go against their narrative, so they'll interrupt it. Like CNN did this thing where Caitlin Collins was getting shit on by Trump and J.D. Vance and everyone else. And they were like, you're un-American. You're just plain un-American. CNN, Dana Bash cut into it and said, we just want to interrupt this real quick to let you know Donald Trump said that we're anti-American here at CNN. We are not anti-American. Oh, well, thank you. That helps matters so much.
Folks, imagine the panic that causes. If you're a retiree living alone, with only Social Security to depend upon. So now people are overwhelming the phone lines.
President Biden in Chicago talking about Social Security there, saying the administration has dismantled Social Security. They have gotten rid of a number of employees, thousands of them in the Social Security Administration. But in that interview with Elon Musk and his Doge team, they say they're going after waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yeah, it's not. People are still getting their checks. Like Social Security is still going out as it always has. What they're doing is they're just firing a shitload of useless bureaucrats who don't fucking do anything. So it's not, they're dismantling Social Security. No, not the part that people need, like the money and the checks. They're still getting out there. They're just firing people because in the federal government, the workforce is full of people who just sit at a computer dicking around all day and don't really fucking do anything. Remember when Elon Musk said, hey, we need progress reports. Next Monday, we need you guys to tell us what you did every day. And everybody got, oh my God, that's terrible. Why is he making me do that? It's because the taxpayers are fucking paying your salary and they like to know what they're getting for it. And everyone acted like he just shot a puppy on live TV. Anytime you react to being asked what you did for work this week, anytime that's met with hostility, that usually means the person you're asking knows they don't do shit. So a lot of these federal workers are just shining a seat with their ass and not really accomplishing much, and we'd probably get along just fine without them. So to say that they're dismantling Social Security because they're firing employees who are useless, it's a bit of a reach. Dusty Beaver with $5 says, wow, you focused your camera. I wasn't ready for two chins and that gobbler. Can we go back to blurry, Aaron? I'm a matinee idol. Ask Miss Tay. Miss Tay will tell you, I'm sexy. I'm sexy. I'm sex. I'm just so sexy with the sex and the sexy. Speaking of Miss Tay gifting a membership. MSO has a membership now. Good. 175 away from today. Get it, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. If you're on YouTube right now, let's throw some gifted memberships out there as well. That would be fun. Brittany Boo renewed her membership for 35 months. Thank you. Let's go.
Oh, buddy.
Thank you so much. $1.75 away from a perfect week. Thank you guys very much for your kindness and generosity. Why won't Nick the Milkman's full name show up on that text scroll? Nick the Milkman. Oh, that's why. Boom. Now it probably will. Let's see. We got numero uno at 143 in first place, Sanford Son at 110 in second, Average Plumber at $100 in third, and Dennis in fourth at $75. That means a lot of our and we've had a killer week this week. That means a lot of them have been small donations. I appreciate that. There's what Nick the Milkman wanted on the screen. I'm a cuck for Ricada. And it's, nope, Nick the Milkman is not. The whole thing isn't showing up. Well, isn't that too bad? Sorry about that, buddy. Approachable says, holy shit, if the camera can pick up your double chin that well, I wonder if we could actually see the ripples in your lunch lady arms when you wave. Hold on. Can you? I was tightening up every fucking muscle I had so you couldn't see any shaking, you dick. How's that? Chips and Diff says, I'm sure it's something on our end. All right, I was wrong. I've said it numerous times today. Even when I do something right, I can't get credit. Where's my credit, Dad? I'm a person too, Pop, goddammit. Look, I hope Joe Biden makes more speeches. I miss the guy. I would like him to come back. He's nothing if not entertaining. I mean, shit. How about a run in 2028? He might still be kicking, 86 years old. Come on. Who's to say the guy can't do it one more time? Maybe he's not brain dead. Maybe he just needs 4 years to recharge, and we can bring him back. Haley Joel, did you see this story yesterday? Haley Joel Osment arrested for being fucked up in public at a ski resort. It's kind of a fun crime. This is an old school Hollywood crime. This isn't like the sad, fucked up Wendy Williams. Not that she's committing crimes, but like the bad publicity stuff. This is the bad publicity stuff you recover from. Haley Joel Osment got shit-faced and went skiing, which is fucking dangerous, I would think. Just getting all fucked up and trying to go down the slopes at a mountain. Bro, he was at Mammoth Lakes, California, and he's facing charges for an arrest at the ski resort. The veteran actor was arrested on April 8th after cops got a call just before 2 p.m. about an allegedly intoxicated individual at the resort. Ski Patrol, professionals who ensure the safety of skiers and snowboarders, were with Osment when cops arrived. Osment was booked for public intoxication and possession of a controlled substance. Fuck. Which cops sent to a lab to determine exactly what it is. What the fuck is old Haley Joe getting fucked up on that they can't even identify it right away? It was a mysterious brown substance. Haley was booked and released shortly after the arrest, and the Mono County DA will now decide whether or not to prosecute the case. They say he's been going through it lately. He lost everything in the Altadena wildfire, like many other people, and he's had many issues with insurance. He recently found a replacement home, but his insurer denied the claim. Fuck. This isn't the first time Haley Joel Osment has been arrested for an alcohol-related offense. Back in 2006, he suffered shoulder and rib injuries after driving into a brick pillar while intoxicated. 2006, though. I mean, how old was the kid? Yeah. He was like 22. That doesn't count. 20 years later, he's in his 40s now. A guy gets arrested for being fucked up at a ski resort in his 40s, and we're going to tie it to what he did in his 20s? I don't know. That doesn't seem fair to me. He pled no contest to one count of driving under the influence of alcohol and one count of possession of marijuana, and was sentenced to 3 years probation, 60 hours of alcohol rehab, 6 months of AA meetings, and a $1,500 fine. Yeah, it's too bad. I like him. And he's been making a comeback to acting recently. He's been in some stuff. The drugs make it a little tricky. If you're just getting drunk and you're a millionaire and you get a little too hammered out in public, shit happens. But when you start getting with the controlled substance and all of that stuff, it gets a little bit trickier. Coyote NV with 199. No, I did not say Manatee Idol. Matinee Idol. Matinee Idol. Let's go to MSO. He says, you can't blame the guy for getting wasted. For God's sake, he sees dead people. That was a... Guys, I don't think you're understanding it's a movie. And the Kevin Soundboard says it's also being reported that he kept repeating, I see dead people. No, you see, guys, it was a movie that he was in with Bruce Willis. He's going to be seeing Bruce Willis soon if that's the case. Oh, the drugs don't work. They just make you worse. Yeah, so I've heard. Somebody, what did I do? We got a clip. This isn't good. Stop the presses. We got a steel toe clip. 175 away from this morning's goal. Go ahead and bang that out and call it a win for the toe, the final win for the toe of the week. We got a clip from somebody. Let's see. Oh, no, not my retard wave. Hold on. See the bottom of my arm? The bottom of my arm isn't shaking, though. Can't see the bottom. You can't see my underarm area shaking. Why? Because I've been in the gym more now. I've been planking. I've been, dual barbells at the same time, getting that punch power up. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take 50-pound weights in either hand, lay back on the bench, and punch. That's how you're supposed to build punching power and punch speed. The only problem is I've been doing them both at the same time. It's easier that way. Do 20 reps a set. Lower weight, higher reps. That's what you want to do. That's how I can do my retard wave and my arms don't ripple. Look at. Hi, Gilbert. Hi, Gilbert. Where are we going today, Gilbert? Hey, you guys want to see something really fun? We found this out last night during the show. It is a fun kind of thing. You guys are going to love this. Trust me. Just stick with me. You're going to be all right. This is gonna be good. You're gonna no. You guys, you're really gonna love this. So there's this thing you can do. Let's go ahead and play the show. So check this out. Watch this thing I do. You guys are gonna love this. Trust me. Row your boat. You're gonna be all right. Gently down the stream. This is gonna be merrily, good. Merrily. Life is but a dream. So there's this thing you can do. Let's go ahead and play the show. So check this out. Watch this thing I do. You guys are gonna love this. Trust me. Row your boat. You're gonna be all right. Gently down the stream. This is gonna be merrily, good. Merrily. Life is but a dream. So there's this thing you can do. Let's go ahead. No, it doesn't. It didn't work like it did last night. Last night I got him singing all in the round. It was perfect. I fucked it up this time. Hold on. Down the stream. This is gonna be merrily. That doesn't work. So hold on. We got to clear all this shit out. We got to get this out of there. All right. It's all fucked. You got to you got to go on Rumble and watch last night's evening show. That's the only place we're going to be able to do it. I fucked it up. See, people in the chat are writing, fuck you, not again. You can tell who the evening show people are. They don't want to see that. I got a perfect one going last night with the round and the whole deal. Oh, speaking of yesterday, you know what I watched? This was a blast from the past, from like my 20s, my late 20s, early 30s. iDubbbz, who's kind of turned into a giant bitch in the last few years because he married a Yoko Ono and changed his entire belief system. And then got fucking decimated by Sam Hyde in one of the most hilarious pranks ever pulled on somebody. iDubbbz came back with his Content Cop series. Content Cop is back. He brought back Content Cop. I've seen most of it. It was fucking dog shit. I don't know if you guys remember the Content Cop series or if you ever watched it, 8-9 years ago. But iDubbbz used to do this feature, Content Cop, where he would pick some asshole on the internet and he would dissect what he does and expose the hypocrisy and this and that. And, just kind of, he would just basically bully people for about 45 minutes. It was kind of not even bullying. He would critique them. So he came back and it was Content Cop and it was on Ethan Klein of H3. And like, fuck yeah, this is great. I mean, H3 or iDubbbz may be a retard now, but I'll watch some retard on retard crime. Let's fucking go. And by God, I watched it. And I went and saw everyone's take on it because I was feeling like a crazy person. Because as I'm watching this Content Cop, I'm like, this is oddly making me sympathetic towards Ethan Klein of H3. Because this is a giant fucking nothing burger. Like, iDubbbz is like, oh, Ethan's a meanie head. Oh, Ethan's not nice to people. Ethan's not, it's like, you fucking bitch. This is the iDubbbz that would rip apart Rice Gum, and he would rip apart Leafy, and he would rip apart Keemstar and all these other people. And he would fucking bring it to him, and he'd be shitty, and he'd be mean and everything else. And now in this Ethan Klein one, he's becoming a bitch. He's like, Ethan's mean. Ethan says mean stuff to his staff sometimes. Ethan's politics are weird. He likes Israel a lot. Weird. They're a Jewish couple, and one of them served in the IDF. They're not big Hamas fans. Weird. And then iDubbbz is cozying up to this weird Muslim chick, this Frogan. I don't know much about her, but she looks fucking obnoxious, and she sounds like a jackass. Cozying up to Hassan Piker, who's a fucking douchebag. This Kibbles, Denims. This Denims chick who's a fucking creep. I mean, she's like trying to get this thing going where like Ethan and Gila feed their children dog shit, and people should call CPS and report them. I mean, she's a psycho. And like, I had no love lost for Ethan Klein. He's a douche who sold out. He's like iDubbbz. He changed everything he believed in overnight because he was going to pander to that lefty audience. You know, Ethan Klein, believe it or not, was like a big Jordan Peterson fan, and then turned on Jordan Peterson. And Jordan Peterson said those prophetic words to Ethan Klein. He said, Ethan, these people are going to turn on you. These people are going to burn you. These lefties that you're cozying up to, they're going to fuck you up someday. They're going to come get you. And ever since then, they've been coming for him, whether it's his take on Israel, whether it's the deal with Hassan Piker, or now this iDubbbz thing. But I'll be very honest with you. I saw that Content Cop was back, and I was like, yes, here we go. And 38-year-old me watching Content Cop was like, fuck. You know, iDubbbz, you know, he reached, it's like, you know, I'm a big boxing fan. It's like watching your favorite fighter years past his prime. You watch him try to reach back into that old bag of tricks, and it just ain't there anymore. It's like watching a 40-year-old baseball pitcher, and he rears back, and he's going to throw that old 98-mile-per-hour fastball, and one day it shows up at 92 on the radar gun. You reach back, it just isn't there anymore. That Content Cop on Ethan Klein was fucking tragic. It was terrible. It was yes, someone did get exposed, but it wasn't Ethan. Everything he said about Ethan, we all already know. He's a big poopy meanie head who's a big poopy hypocrite. And it had none of the old features of Content Cop where he had, you know, fun little clips intertwined of him being a cop and all these animation features and characters and shit like that. It was just iDubbbz seething about Ethan Klein for an hour and calling it Content Cop. It was fucking terrible. And again, it made me kind of feel a little sympathy for Ethan. Now, don't get me wrong. It's retard on retard crime. It's great. But to watch Content Cop come back, and then you look at it and you go, that's not what I remember. This is just a guy throwing a bitch fit. It's iDubbbz. You know, iDubbbz did that change for his wife where he changed everything about himself. And now yesterday he tried to reach back, grab the ball, and fire that old country fastball, and it just wasn't there anymore. iDubbbz is Rick Vaughn at the beginning of Major League 2. That's what it is. Yeah, he invited terrorist supporters, people are saying. That Frogan chick is weird. I've never watched anything of hers, but she seems like someone I would really hate. She seems like you know what that Frogan chick seems like? She seems someone who has really retarded political takes, but has 200% way more confidence in them than she should have. She looks like unearned confidence. Yeah, like they did this fucking gay shit in iDubbbz Content Cop where you had all these people doing.
I'm not going to do a React content yet, Chad.
Just fucking retarded. Just really stupid. I mean, you're teaming up with some of the dumbest fucking people on the internet. So this is okay, so this is Frogan. Guys, if this sucks, don't blame me because I've never watched this chick before. I just know that she looks obnoxious.
And to be quite honest, it's very hard to look at, karma will make its way.
I'm sorry, but if you're a Muslim and you're talking a bunch of shit online and the hijab is performative. I'm a big mean guy. That's terrible. That's an awful thing to say. All right, fine. Prove me wrong. Because if you're a devout Muslim and you're following, the dress code and everything else, I don't know that part in Islam where you're supposed to be a raging bitch online and just be a cunt to people. I don't know if that's in following with your faith. I don't. So to me, the hijab is her gimmick. The headwear is her costume. It's the Muslim, just in case you criticize me, just in case you say I'm bad, got to be Islamophobia. Because if you're that devout, you're a little more respectful. You're not an asshole who's trying to mix it up all the time.
To me, it's very hard to look at it that way. I wish I had that point of view.
Where does it say in Islam that piercing your nose is totally Allah's totally? Shouldn't your body be a temple and all that stuff?
You know what I mean?
It's a floating head. Where's the light? It's just a head. What happened?
It's you see the shittiest fucking people at the top. I don't know if I believe in karma. You know what I mean?
I don't think Muhammad would be okay with you, messing with that karma shit. That's some Ganesha nonsense. You're being a charlatan. Oh, by the way, for those of you who don't know Muhammad, let me just draw you a quick picture. He looks like...
And I'm like, if I had to lose my career over this bullshit, at least I can say I was consistent in my views. And I have been consistently against genocide and
Oh, God, is she bitching? Has she been talking shit about Israel? Which, fine with me. Has she been talking a bunch of shit about Israel and now people are calling her an anti-Semite and that shit? She's like, if I lose my career because... Oh, yeah, because you know what Twitch streamers really have a hard time with? Criticizing Israel. Fucking Hassan Piker's made a career out of criticizing Israel and America. And I don't disagree with all of Hassan's Israel takes, by the way. But he is an idiot. So this is so she is exactly what I thought she was. Oh, Miss Muslim hot take, but then when the temperature in the room starts to get too hot, but I'm just a girl and I don't want to lose my career over it. Get the fuck out of the kitchen, which is one of the first times I've ever said that.
consistently uplifted the Palestinian people.
Oh. You poor oh, no. Isn't she the one who's been shitting all over Ethan Klein? Isn't she with iDubbbz and his Content Cop, which is like a burial of Ethan Klein? But guys, she's just a sensitive person who's sticking up for the Palestinian people. Why would people be so mean to her? I fucking hate people like this. Talk shit all day long. Melton's kind of like this too. Talk shit all day long. Then the second it's your turn, you cry and whine like a bitch. Ugh.
Others can't say that, but I can.
Do baby cry? Go have this moment off the air. Why don't you get your fucking shit together and then you can be a jihad freedom fighter. You can be we can mujahideen this thing up later. Why don't you go get a tissue? Why don't you wipe off your tears? I understand how difficult it is in your very privileged life, sitting behind a microphone, fighting for the displaced diaspora of the Gaza Strip and West Bank. I understand how hard this is on you as children are being bombed and killed. But, by all means, people might be saying mean things about your activism on the internet. Why don't you go ahead and wipe your tears? Come on back. We can finish this conversation later. These people are saying it's everything about her, everything about that whole community, everyone in it. It's all fucking performative.
Sim for Frogan.
And you have a Hassan Piker voice thing on there. Oh, yeah, you're just fighting for the Palestinian people.
And I feel like such a bitch for crying, but it's just like...
You are. You're a super bitch for crying. Everybody make fun of the person crying. Ha ha. Every one of your tears is a victory for Israel.
Like you sit and reflect, and it's just like, what the fuck, dude? There are some days I just sit and I'm just like, I'm just like, I'm like, what did I do to deserve this?
You're an asshole. You're an asshole to people. You probably talk all kinds of shit on Israel and people from Israel and the soldiers in Israel and the Ethan Kleins of the world who empathize with Israel. And look, Israel deserves all the criticism in the world. Fuck them. I think they control way too much of my country's foreign policy, and I'm fucking sick of it. But I'm not going to fucking cry about it. I'm not going to sit here and talk a bunch of shit and then go, the consequences of my actions are getting... She says she's okay with losing her career over Ethan's bullshit because she stayed true to her morals. What, by just fucking talking shit about the guy into a microphone? That hijab you're wearing on the head gimmick that you're wearing on your head, where in your religion does it say just relentlessly talk shit about a guy on the internet? Ugh. And then she tries to equate her thing with Hamas and Israel, or her thing with Ethan Klein to fighting for the Palestinian people. Shut up. Shut up. Papa Shab says she doesn't actually care. She just wants to be seen as a victim. These people don't present any of the facts. They just grift. Yeah. I mean, dude, talk shit about politics, talk shit about Israel, or talk shit about Palestine, talk shit about all that stuff all day long. But don't sit here and act like you're, feeding babies in the West Bank. Stop. You're talking a bunch of shit just like the rest of us. And that's what I mean by that. The head wrap is performative. Mad Joe with $2.99 says Chad is dead and back up the camera. I don't know. Chat's moving fine over here, my man. Mad Joe with $2.99 says you need to sandblast that sign and raised letters. Oh, no. I think 1-2 Skip to My Lou did a great job. I'm sorry that it's not your favorite. I'm sorry if you don't like it. I got to say, I think it's fantastic, and I think 1-2 Skip to My Lou did an incredible job. A really good job. Sam Show says, Aaron, lean into being a Jew. You have the name. Shit on Jew. Oh, look, self-hating Jew, money. Oh, I can go with the self-hating Jew gimmick. Yeah, I have a feeling that if I watched any more of this Frogan chick, like, what are you going to be? Are you going to be like Ethan Klein's an asshole channel, or are you going to be fighting for the people of Gaza channel? She has 61,000 followers on Twitter, so she's got an audience. Yeah, iDubbbz kind of linking up with these people and then bringing back Content Cop for Ethan so he can just bitch about his ex-boyfriend. Kind of gay. Ethan responded to Frogan. All right, I'll watch it. I'll watch a little. See, these people are making me not dislike Ethan Klein.
Ethan, wake up.
Oh, my God. Frogan, what a nightmare. Talk about a jump scare.
He's got 34,000 people watching him at a time. It's another win for the H3, if you ask me.
This man willingly got in a room with Frogan to make a video about how I can't. Bro, I can't. How is this real? This is like, am I dreaming?
It is real, Ethan. I did a thing with the Jews.
See? They told you to wake up.
I think I do need to wake up. This is surreal.
He was a knight in the Old English kingdom of Mercia back in the 900s, I think the 10th century. That was surreal. He's known for his honesty.
iDubbbz was literally like co-signed Frogan, the girl who said, I hope fucking veterans get PTSD.
I thought that was Mia Khalifa. So, well... You know what? Maybe, you know what it is? That rap gets around the head and it squeezes out all the working brain cells, and then you say stupid shit like that.
Wake up. The girl who put on a fucking racial tier list.
Really? I would love to see that list. All right, I like her again. Oh. Sam Show, I think I found you a new girlfriend. She hates Israel and she ranks people by race. I think Sam Show's in love. Frogan might be Sam Show's girl. 09 Canyon says, Aaron, hijab to cover the bald spots when we start missing the goal by a shitload every day, then yeah, we'll probably go with the hijab arc at some point. Let's go to listener text here. You'd be surprised at the amount of liberal white women who converted to Islam over Palestine. Or because they got boyfriends that they're trying to fix who they can only see through prison right now. A hijab would cover up Aaron's best feature, his quadruple chin. It's mean-spirited. Mean-spirited. I'm going to start doing the show like this. Now I look like a frog. 170, I believe, is the number, right? Yeah, 170 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you for your generosity. You are the best. Let's go ahead and throw in 5 or 10 at a time. Call this thing another win for the toe. So, yeah, if you want to go check out the iDubbbz fucking content cop on Ethan Klein, it's a giant waste of time. It really is just a guy. You know how people are grossed out when Nick like pines over me and misses my penis and, you know, I'm his boyfriend and this and that. That's kind of how iDubbbz treats this whole Ethan Klein thing. Content cop. Are there any really gay clips? Oh yeah, I guess it's not doing very well in the like-dislike department either. 102,000 dislikes to 158,000 likes. Yikes, bro. Yikes. I don't care about. Comes to the. Wow, Keemstar. Comes to the defense of Ethan and Gila. If you didn't know this, Keemstar is like Ethan Klein's sworn enemy. This is like Chad Zumach coming to Steel Toe's defense, which he actually did the other day, which was crazy. Chad's more against my misdemeanor than I am. I sit here, I go, yeah, you know, look, letter of the law, I broke it. It was a misdemeanor. I admit to it. It was a shitty thing to do. I was a bad guy for doing it, and I'm doing a lot better now. Thank you very much. I want to treat people nice. And Zumach is on his show going, it shouldn't even be a fucking charge. It's a bullshit charge. It's all bullshit. Who hasn't done it? I'm like, I mean, if you want to say it, that's fine. I'm not saying it, but if you want to. So this is Keemstar, who just, his cat got ran over during a stream, by the way. Did you hear about that? Keemstar, you hear about this, folks? Did you see this? Keemstar was in the middle of a Locale Live episode, and his fucking cat got flattened by a vehicle. His cat's fucking dead. Happened right on the air. So now, this is Keemstar talking about the content cop and defending Ethan Klein of all people.
Dude, Ethan Klein and more than Ethan Klein, the H3H3 podcast, because I'm talking about the employees like Starkilla and his wife and just all these, that entire show has been supporting and platforming and getting behind Creator Clash, iDubbbz and Anissa for years, and everybody fucking knows it, all right? And everybody fucking knows it.
Creator Clash was the boxing thing that iDubbbz put on. That's the one where Sam Hyde was on Keemstar's thing, Happy Punch. And Sam Hyde wanted to fight Hassan Piker on iDubbbz thing. You know, Sam Hyde kind of gave iDubbbz the idea to do a boxing thing because Sam Hyde took iDubbbz under an overpass to box.
So I actually see where Ethan's coming from. Here I am fighting against these terrorist supporters of Twitch, all right? And you and your fucking wife can't say a single thing to defend us?
That was Ethan. Ethan's whole complaint was that iDubbbz and Anissa were friends with Ethan and Gila, and all these Twitch people are going on these crazy, rants against Ethan. And I think iDub secretly doesn't like Israel and doesn't like what they're doing. Well, not secretly, but like he doesn't agree with Ethan, so he kind of sides with those people, so he can't call them out.
A single fucking thing. I understand where fucking Ethan Klein and Healer are coming from.
Me too.
And if I'm iDubbbz and you think they're overreacting, sure, whatever. But when you go and make a content cop in response, then it seems like fucking Hila Klein and Ethan Klein were 100% fucking validated.
Right. So Ethan and Hila's whole thing, Keemstar's right. And by the way, I think Keemstar gets a bad rap. I think he's actually a good broadcaster. I think he's engaging. He's passionate. I think Keem does a good job. But Ethan and Hila, their whole thing was iDubbbz and Anissa as friends didn't have our back when we were catching all this shit from people. And how does iDubbbz respond? By going, I'm going to make a 1-hour video just bitching and shitting on you. So Ethan and Hila were right. Nice.
In that opinion that you were not a friend. You responded with a fucking content cop proving that they were right for having those feelings.
Not only were they right for having those feelings, you also showed to the entire world that you don't have it anymore. That iDubbbz doesn't have the content cop anymore. He's lost his fastball. So shit, the last thing, because people have kind of turned on iDubbbz anyway, especially after the Sam Hyde thing, because he looked like a dishonest bitch, and Sam Hyde exposed it. People were like, well, maybe if he ever comes back to the content cop. So that was the one thing people thought you still had. You reached back for the old fastball, and it wasn't there. So you kind of exposed yourself. Mad Joe with $2.99 says Aaron needs an Assassin's Creed hood to hide his hair. Hurts my feelings. Hurts my feelings. JH says iDubbbz hates Israel and sides with Muslims and Islamic terrorists. See, to me, it's not so black and white. Israel has been occupying those areas since the 1960s, but nobody should be getting their fucking takes from Hassan and Frogan on it. Jesus Christ. Douglas Murray went after the wrong people. He's like, oh, you don't have experts on your show, Joe Rogan. It's like, really? You need to go over to Twitch and go police those little babies. Let's go to MSO says Dr. Jekyll and Samuel Hyde. Carlos Cameo says, you had Keemstar on the show. Of course you'll be somewhat biased. Oh, Keem is no fan of mine anymore. Oh, in fact, Dysrhythmia says it right there in the chat. Keem's pissed at me. He wanted me a year ago to go on that Lol Cow live show. And when I was, instead of Kino Casino. So I told the casino boys I would go on their show and I would do an interview. And then Keem got to me and he wanted me to go on Lol Cow Live. And I had 3 shows. I had Ethan Ralph, who was a fucking mess and still is a mess. Should have never done his show. I mean, his show's terrible. But I had Kino Casino and Keemstar. Everybody wanted to be first. I said yes to the casino guys. Now, I was on MLC first when Nick and all those guys got arrested. So I was on MLC when that happened, and then all of a sudden, people are watching that. It was, I think, the biggest MLC in history, or one of. And all of a sudden, I start getting interview requests because I got the inside scoop, you know. And Keemstar and Kino Casino got to me. Kino Casino got to me first, and I told Keem I can go on your show Sunday or Monday or whatever. And he goes, no. You got to do it first. You got to do Lol Cow Live first. And I'm like, I told the Kino Casino guys I would do their show. I can't break that. I got to. And he was upset that I wouldn't do their show first. So then I said, I can do it after. And he goes, that's not good enough. No thanks. So that's too bad. I like that, you know, just because me and someone else have a little disagreement doesn't mean I can't be fair about what I think of him as an entertainer or a broadcaster. I think Keemstar has always done a really good job with his show. I think they've always done a great job. JH says Anthony Cumia thinks Nick and Melton are scum. Gino called me yesterday, and Gino was saying he and Anthony this past weekend or this week were drinking together. They were at Sullivan's again, and he said Cumia was just fucking shitting on Melton, shitting on all those guys, and Anthony was just trashing the fuck out of him. And Gino was telling me the story. It was pretty funny. Because Patrick desperately wants Cumia's attention and wants to, I don't know, like maybe he's pretty mentally ill. So maybe it's because I had a show on Compound. We've had Anthony on our show. I've been on Anthony's show a couple of times. Maybe that's what's got Melton. So, I mean, everything about his life is about Aaron. So maybe that's it. But I guess it kind of backfired on him. He even tried to suck Cumia's dick by doing Opie content. And it didn't work out so well. He didn't get the endorsement and the attaboys that he wanted. So he kind of bailed on the Opie stuff. And Anthony was just shitting on him to Gino. Just making fun of him. So another win for the toe, I guess. Sorry, kid. Another swing and a miss. But hey, at this point, you're probably used to it. You're probably used to it. Hey, let's talk about a guy who's really smart when it comes to politics, shall we? How about that David Hogg? Isn't he a guy? I mean, David Hogg, I mean, you want to talk about sharp as a tack. You want to talk about a guy who's just got it together. That David Hogg is going to lead the Democratic Party into a new golden age. So if you don't know, David Hogg is like the vice chairman of the Democratic Party. Not like the vice chairman of the Michigan wing of the Democratic Party. He's like the second in command of the Democratic Party. And he does interviews now. He does, strategy meetings. He's one of the guys who, like, his job is to come up with the future approach of the entire party nationwide. So he was on TMZ recently. He was doing an interview. And get ready, because David Hogg is about to let you know where the Democratic Party's going next. And again, the only political experience David Hogg has is a failed MyPillow competitor, and he got shot at when he was in high school. In the words of Kevin Brennan. Wow. So now David Hogg was on TMZ, and he's going to let us know exactly how he's going to save the Democratic Party. Let's take a listen. Let's hear the kid out. The fuck TMZ. Let's go. Let's go. Guys, come on. What are we fucking doing here? You got a website or no? No, you know what? It's fine. We have all day. I have nothing to do.
So, David, is the plan to get rid of senior members in Congress because of their politics, their performance, or their age?
So, look, I think that a lot of these members can be older. That's certainly one element that we look at. But look, age is not the only factor here.
Okay, this is something that drives me nuts, and it's already happened twice. You cannot have your second in command guy. This is how you know that this is a publicity play, because you think it grabs millennials or something. The second in command of your party should not be saying like every sentence. You don't see Donald Trump going there's like a lot of like Mexicans, and like all of the Mexicans need to like get out of our country. If you're doing a talk show and you say like a lot, that's fine. You're supposed to sound like a retard. You're supposed to be a buffoon who's boisterous and whatever. But if you're like an official guy who's doing, who's on the PR trail and everything else, you can't be going like we just like need less like older people because they're like gross. You can't be a valley girl, bitch.
What we look at more than anything is the effectiveness. Certainly there are younger people that are not very effective, and there's older people that are. So we're not trying to just take a big axe to this and say, well, if you're above a certain age, you can't be there by any means.
Well, then you don't have my vote. Do that first. If you're over 70, you know what? Fuck that. If like federal employees are forced to retire at 65 or 63 or whatever it is, then that's what it should be for people in Congress and the House and the Senate and president. You over 65, get the fuck out.
We want to find the least effective members of Congress that are not doing a great job right now and find truly generational leaders to help elect them there. And sometimes that is going to...
You know what? I don't doubt that there might be some generational leaders that are Democrats. But anytime those people show up, you kick them the fuck out. And you keep the old assholes like the Hillary Clintons, the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, the Gavin Newsoms. You think this little prick is going to stand up to Gavin Newsom? I got news for you, David. Gavin Newsom is the kind of establishment Democrat that's got people hating your fucking party. You want to revolutionize it? You want to change it? You want to get people to believe in the blue brand again? You got to get rid of guys like that. This little prick isn't going to stand up to Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, say what you want about him. He's a player. He will eat this kid for fucking lunch. He will chew him up and spit him out. David Hogg doesn't stand a chance against a guy like Gavin Newsom.
I mean, challenging Democratic incumbents, because right now our party's approval is awful. It's at 26% with our own base. If you look at that and you don't think that we need dramatic change, I don't know what to tell you. Because
here's the thing, I know this dipshit's politics. He's going to get their approval rating down to 15% because he's one of these assholes who thinks, hey, you know why the whole fucking country hates us? It's because we haven't gone woke enough. We're not lefty enough. We got to take more guns. We got to shame more whites. And we got to give away more shit to poor people. And we got to have more trans people playing basketball. That's the only way we're going to fix this thing. And we got to turn a couple of kids into lesbians. He's going to go further to the left and he's going to fuck this whole thing up because he's young and he's stupid and he doesn't know anything.
We're in a moment of crisis here. We're losing voters of every demographic except the elderly and the well-educated. That is a crisis for the...
Yeah, and by the way, by well-educated, you mean college degrees, which only proves that the brainwashing they're doing at universities is working. Because the only people that are still on that sinking ship are old people who still think it's, the fucking JFK Democrats. You know, they still think it's the 60s and 70s when the Democrats were for the working people. These old people are too checked out to know that the whole dichotomy is shifted. And you've got college-educated people who have had this shit ground up, put in a blender, and injected right into their ass veins. That's the only people your party's got left.
The party, and we need to show how we're fighting back against Donald Trump and not just getting people to vote for us because we're not Republicans, but because we're here to fight for the American people against the special interests that have destroyed the American.
Let me tell you something. You think that Rust Belt Midwestern white men aren't for your woke bullshit? Go talk to a black person or two in the inner city. They really don't want to fucking hear about it. You know what ain't real big in the poorest parts of California? LGBTQ. They are not down in the hood. I mean, down low. But you ain't gonna get you. You think the strong Catholic stronghold of Latinos are gonna go with your bullshit? You gotta go to them. You don't have to bring them over to you. You gotta go to where they are. Sorry, Democrats. You want to win, you gotta move to the right.
Dream and how we are working to actively revive it. But it doesn't mean that we're going after anybody just because of their age. We're trying to be very targeted in this and make sure that members know that there is a real risk if you are not being effective that you will be challenged. And frankly, if there is a...
This kid's full of shit. Like, honestly, I'm listening to him. I'm sure you guys want to probably wrap this up because I'm listening to him. I'm like, you're not saying anything. I mean, he's got that part of politics down, the blah, 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 without saying a fucking word. He's nailed that. But the rest of it, it's no substance here.
Remember, that's
they showed him how to do his hair. That's what they did. Hey, do your hair, kid, and get out there.
Listening to this that thinks, oh my God, what if I get primaried? I think they need to do some serious self-reflection and ask them why they are concerned. Because if you were effective, you do not need to worry in this.
You better put a guy with a beard in a women's basketball outfit and get him on the fucking court. Otherwise, we're primarying you.
Situation.
Obviously, this is something that you believe in. How much support or pushback are you getting at the DNC for this plan?
We have different approaches at the DNC. There are some members of our committee that believe that officers should not be involved at all in any primaries whatsoever. Personally, I agree with not being involved in the presidential primary, but ultimately we're in a crisis right now in the Democratic Party. And
nobody takes this fucking kid seriously. That's what I'm thinking. They put him in there as a show. It's a show because they thought that he would attract young people. And they thought that this was going to be the thing that does it. And they wanted him to just be there in name only. They didn't want David Hogg's actual fucking opinion. This would be like if they gave Greta Thunberg a spot. And Greta Thunberg was like, here are my ideas to fix the party. And they were like, that's not why we brought you. Shut the fuck up. Nobody brought you here to give your fucking hot take on what we're doing. You're a fundraising mascot. Shut up. David Hogg's like, I would like to talk at this meeting about the Second Amendment. David, fuck off. This meeting is about one thing and one thing only, how this political party is going to raise money for Israel. That's all we're doing. 170 away from today. Well, shit, guys. We're at that part now where we gave you a $200 goal. We haven't really mentioned that goal today. We've been perfect all week. Why don't you go ahead and knock this one out? Let's go on a little bit of a rally. Let's call this another win for the toe, and let's get ourselves a W. What do you say? Hit like, hit share, hit subscribe. We appreciate you being here, but let's throw a couple 5s and 10s our way. See if we can't get to $100 by 9 o'clock. We've officially worn out our good favor with being ahead. Chips and Diff says it's never about what's good for America. It's always how do we win. Well, you know, and I will say this about Donald Trump. His whole thing was, America first, make America great again, things like that. So whether he's full of shit or not, his message was, this is what I think is going to be better for the country, not these guys are evil, these guys are terrible. Bapa Shab says, I was in a shooting once. Did you get shot? Well, no, I was there. By the way, Das Optic Nerve just came up with a great gimmick. Another chin for the toe. I just want to point out how great I am for a second, if I may, how wonderful I am. Most people, these vain broadcasters, these ugly fat people with sores on their face, if people wrote into them and said, your face looks chubby, you have a double chin coming out in this shot, you look like shit, they would cope, they would get mad, they would yell, they would block people. You got to say, one of the fun things about Steel Toe, and one of the truly amazing, wonderful, great things about me, and what makes me such a generational talent, is that it's all fucking fun. It's all bullshit. It's all silly. We're all just being dumb. We're all being who you're not allowed to be when you're at work because you guys will get in fucking trouble. You guys get to come here while you're at work and you get to write all the naughty, silly, ball-busting things that you used to be able to do with your coworkers that you can't do anymore, and we all get to have fun. Dead Game with $5 says, you didn't acknowledge us. Nightwave Radio coming over to say sup. I don't get it. Nightwave's not on right now. But welcome, Mersh. You know, Mersh, I'm probably going to have a sandwich for lunch today. You know what I didn't eat? A felony, as you thought was going to happen. 383 Novocaine with $1 says the double chin and bat flap show. All right, you know what? Now, never mind. I don't have a sense of humor. I'm going. I'm leaving now. I'm done. Dead Game says, hug the like button for the boy. That's right, generational talent. What is Steel Toe? Steel Toe is box office. We are box office. We gave Fox 9 their biggest story of the week. We gave Bring Me the News their biggest story of the week. We gave By the way, you notice my old friend Paul Shea a little too chicken shit to write another Steel Toe article? God, a little podcast gives him a little shit, calls him out for the bullshit he's been throwing out there, and old Paul doesn't want to do another story. You know what it was? It was the most clicked on thing. It was the most read thing they had for a while. We pointed it out. He got fucking butthurt over it. No more. Steel Toe is too much box office for Town Square Media and Paul Shea. Another win for the toe, Paulie Wally. Mick Buster says, according to Melton, Nick gave Fox 9 the story, but splitting hairs. Oh, I know he gave him the story. He's obsessed. Like, he's really upset. He sees the world as unfair and on my side, and he lost everything. And why didn't you Why didn't you get as bad as I did? Because you're a worse person. Nick, the reason I didn't get it as bad as you did is because you're a worse human being than I am. I admitted to what I've done. I've said that the whole thing was a shitty deal and it was awful and it ruined lives and it was bad. You think that it was just because you got caught, stupid. You're getting everything you deserve. We're all getting everything we deserve. If you feel like it's unfair and you're getting worse, it's because you're a worse person, kiddo. Tired of teaching you the lessons that your daddy failed to teach you. The official Catalano TV. Is this the real Joey C? I like that guy. I think that Joey C is fantastic. He says, thoughts on Muttering Jay's latest tweet. Muttering Jay's a little bit of a psychotic, obsessive weirdo, but I'll hear him out. Carl doxes a Dabble House customer that asked for a refund. You know what happened to Carl? Carl's a dorky guy who got way too much internet attention and he didn't know how to handle it. That's the thing. A guy who's been very dorky and dweeby and socially awkward his entire life, you can't give that guy a bunch of attention all at once because they tend to lose it. Like siding up with Melton and those guys just because Dick Masterson's his E-daddy and he feels he has to defend Nick. Even though the Carl I've known and the Carl I've talked to, he would never defend shit like that. Carl called me years ago and said this Melton's a fucking weirdo and his show is terrible. But he had to come after me because he had to make Daddy Dick happy. So now he's got this Stuttering John thing and he's worried that that's been over forever. And so I guess he tried to do this last ditch attempt to reignite the Stuttering John flame. And he got caught bitching out. Like he went to some venue John was at and he bitched out when he could have confronted him. And now I guess this guy's saying that Carl doxed a Dabble House customer that asked for a refund. So he's too sensitive. He takes it all way too seriously. And wasn't his whole thing like observe and report, don't get involved? Kind of the Kiwi Farms maxim, don't touch the cows. But Carl's money started going down and Carl's viewership started going down. So he had to abandon that principle because once a guy who's kind of dorky and nerdy like that gets that attention, he can't stand when it starts going away because he remembers what it was like when he didn't have that. So I wouldn't doubt that. I'd buy it. He's been unraveling slowly for a couple of years now. You know, once you see a guy start to abandon his main shtick and his main principles, you start to, it's hard to pull that nose of the plane up, as it were. 160 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Keep her going. I appreciate it. And thank you, official Catalano TV. Yeah, so if that Muttering J tweet is correct, then I don't know. Are people surprised? It wouldn't surprise me. Stalin 19 with a new clip. Steel toe on Nick Rekieta, 30 days, Mersh, Jesse PS, and coleslaw. I love that. Steel toe on coleslaw. Breaking news. Oh, that's from over a year ago. Oh, that's a different. I'm on the wrong account. I apologize. Let's see this. Old lady Lothario doxes unhappy customer after failed flop Diddle House. Turns out the catastrophe that was Diddle House might actually be Doc's house. Seems like things are really getting to Who Are These Podcasts as well as the gang at Shalom Shuli's show. Oh, so they tried to put on like Dabble Mania or whatever it was, that thing they used to do, the house, Content House that Chrissy tried to put on. They tried to do that with the Stuttering John thing, and I guess it was a bust. It was a failure because all these guys don't realize how small this audience is, how small this corner of the internet is. All of us do between 600, we're at 7, 8, 9 on a lucky day, to like 1,100 people at a time max. It's a tiny audience. It's a fraction of what a good audience would be. But these guys think they're like the hottest shit, so they put on these events. It loses money. It's terrible. It goes nowhere. And I guess it got to him and it upset him. Let's Let's see if this is a dox. Should we see if this qualifies as a dox? This is from Muttering Jay, who's, again, kind of a fucking weirdo, but somebody, I guess, has got to watch this stuff.
I want to call out the bitch boy of the day. It's a fun new segment I'm starting up over here on WAT.
Now, wait a minute. Can a guy like this really call anyone else a bitch boy? This is another guy who I could walk right up to him, backhand him, and he would go, "Whoa, that was mean. That's violence against me." Yeah, right. Yeah, it was funny. We just wanted to see what you do because you're a bitch. You can't really, a guy who looks like this and has a basement that's just full of his stuttering John tchotchkes can't really talk about being a bitch boy. Come on.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Richard Russa has put in a dispute through my merchant account services.
What a fucking bitch. So someone didn't like the thing you put on. A customer didn't like something you did, so they asked for a refund, and you're going to go on your show and bitch about it? Jesus Christ, Carl, what happened to you? What a fucking girl. This is embarrassing. I hope the people he does a show with have to do that thing where they stare at him awkwardly while he rants and raves about this. I'm going to give out your name because you dared to ask for a refund. Carl, you've been doing shit content for a while now. You've been circling the drain for a minute, kid. And it's because you were a one-trick pony. You had one thing. You had the stuttering John thing, and nobody gives a shit anymore. You tried to pivot to me. It didn't work out. And now you're trying to get the gang back together. You're trying to bring it back together one last time with the John shit. It didn't work. And now you're so rattled by the rush that you're doxing some guy who thought it was all piss poor bullshit, poorly put together, and you're going to dox him and cry about it? Making one of your fans the bitch boy of the day, something you just made up because you got butthurt about this refund request, by default makes you the bitch boy of the day.
Okay. He purchased Dabble House. All right. And then he wants his money back. And the the reason is...
Because of the Simpsons thing?
Product unacceptable.
Oh.
That's what's wrong with that. That's customers are allowed to do that. You order something, you wanted a certain experience, it fucking sucked. I guess Carl whining and crying about this while this Adam guy just has to stare there uncomfortably because he doesn't get what the fuck's going on. And Chris has to be a loyal lackey and he has to try to pump it up a little bit. And I get it. That's a weird spot for him to be in. But you're going to bitch about this guy because you didn't. Maybe, Carl, maybe look at what the complaint is about. Maybe you're putting on a subpar product. Maybe this guy's been a big fan of yours and he sees you slipping and he's like, I want my fucking money back. This isn't what I wanted. That's a fair thing to do.
This is a bitch move. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah. Oh.
We had, I won't say the number, but we had a lot of people sign up for Dabble House. And the complaints I got were WATP didn't process right away and it wasn't available the next morning. It's up there now. Everything's there.
So you got a lot of complaints. So this is not the only guy who complained, but he's a bitch boy because he hurt your feelings. Stop taking it so seriously, you dork.
You can still go to dabblecon.live. You have a password. Everything's there to watch. If you don't, you can still sign up for it and watch it if you want to. Nobody's complaining about the content. It was fantastic. Yes. It was a great show.
No, that guy is complaining, but that guy is complaining about the content. And I just searched Muttering J. Carl, and a bunch of shit came up complaining about what a disaster and how terrible it was. And I guess there's this thing that you and Shuley ran from John or something.
All weekend. I had a blast. Everyone seemed to enjoy it. It tells me this Richard Russa prick is like, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll pay the money to be able to watch it, and then I'll get my money back. So
he thought it sucked. So you're going to say his name on your show and call him a prick? I don't know. I would never give money to a guy like that ever again. Yeah, sometimes you do a show, people think it's garbage. You got to give them their money back because you didn't do a good job. That helps you do a better job later on.
Sounds like an acronym. I'm going to figure this out.
Could be.
It would be an anagram, dipshit, not an an acronym stands for something. An anagram is a word that means, never mind.
ROOS.
Grant, what?
This Adam guy could not be more uncomfortable at how fucking cringe and douchey this is. This Adam guy has it right. he's right.
Another Tim Duransky? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is that what you're thinking?
The over-the-top laughter because you're uncomfortable at the legit complaint you got.
No, I mean, do you think Richard Russo's talking about the actual content? I know sometimes, every once in a while, I want to complain to a restaurant and not have the server be a part of it, or make sure they're. And often you can't separate that stuff, and they let it all fall onto the driver or the person. I'm wondering.
So Adam's like, hey, do you think this guy, I like this Adam guy. I think he's doing it right. He's like, hey, do you think this guy had a legitimate complaint? Sometimes I'm at a restaurant, I don't like something, I'll make a complaint. Yeah.
If he was just complaining about the interface or about his ability to, use.
So this Adam is asking Carl, hey, retard, hey, lunatic, do you think that maybe this guy might have a legit complaint? Carl's like, no, I never do it. I'm always perfect. I've been stalking this John guy for years and years, and then, he'll go after John years and years and years. And John will, strike something of Carl's. And Carl one time said, I'm not making this up. He goes, that's an act of violence. That's what a fucking dork says. Jesus Christ.
The
Find your
server
fucking
kind of
balls.
hosted the show, but
That's
the product
interesting. Yeah.
was all he
I'll
could
keep.
think
You
of.
know what? I'll send him an email. I have his email address.
By the way, that very reasonable thing that Adam just tried to counsel this dipshit on did not get through. Carl's like, I'll send him an email. It'll be a shitty, passive-aggressive, cunty email because that's what kind of girl he is.
I have his social security number, his firstborn's name.
I know where he lives.
The last 4 digits of his social security.
What a dick.
See, this will get clipped to be like, oh, see if you bought Dabble House. You got all this information about me.
Well, I'm sorry, but if you bought Dabble House and you didn't think it was the fucking second coming of Woodstock or whatever, or the real world, then apparently you're going to get your name thrown all over there and talk about how what a terrible guy you are. So, yeah, why wouldn't people believe that? You've kind of given them a reason to. Well, thank you, Joey Catalano TV. Wow, that's sad to see how far someone has fallen. Jesus. Honky with $1 says Adam was visibly uncomfortable when Carl justified Melton sexualizing a 10-year-old girl as, well, if she doesn't know Melton said it, it doesn't count as sexual harassment, right? Right, guys? Carl just does not want to lose the internet fame. He doesn't want to lose people following him and watching him. So he's like, well, maybe if I snake Aaron and I pretend that I've always thought he's garbage and I team up with this Melton guy who sexualizes children and talks like a pedophile talks, then maybe I can keep some clout. And then that failed. That didn't work. That kind of was like a ho-hum nothing burger. I kind of got all my W's over those guys. So now he goes back. There's only one reason to go back to the John thing. The Aaron thing didn't work. And I told you it wasn't going to work. But then again, I'm used to it. I'm used to not getting credit for educating these boys. But yeah, he was so desperate to jump on the Aaron train that he rationalized pedophilic comments. Ooh. And now he can't take a little, I didn't like your show? Bro. What a bitch. Coltrane with $1 says, I'm behind. I'm at the Hogg part. It's our favorite part. Good luck, kid. Oh, yeah, this is the poll about Republicans having their largest approval amongst Gen Zers and young people ever. Not in 50, 60 years, ever. There's more young people going Republican now than ever before. Thank you, Coltrane. Appreciate that. And yeah, who do Democrats play to? Who is their base at this point? All right, boys and girls, thank you very much for all that. 160 away from today's goal. You're right on it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's hammer it out. Let's call it another win for the toe. Byron, becoming a member for a month, says John left early, no running, shut the fuck up. That's not the coverage I saw. Now, granted, I did not look very much into it because none of it's fucking interesting. It's all hacky dog shit. But that's not what I saw. I watched a Unique video on it. I trust Unique more than I trust any of these fucking guys. Unique usually gets it right. And that is not what I heard, my man. I get it. Like, if you're a Carl guy, you kind of see that what I'm saying is true, and you got to defend your boy. I don't begrudge you that one bit. That's totally fine. So the last week or so for this Douglas Murray guy has not been the greatest. He went on Joe Rogan's show, and he did have some supporters. Some people thought what Douglas Murray said was good. But he went on the Joe Rogan show with Dave Smith from Legion of Skanks, and he has got a bunch of podcasts and all that stuff. Douglas Murray was reading Joe Rogan the Riot Act and Dave Smith the Riot Act because they don't have experts on their show. You don't have enough experts. You have guys who talk a bunch of shit, and you don't have any experts on. And Joe Rogan's like, well, do you have to be an expert to have an opinion on something? And Douglas Murray's like, well, no, but you should have an expert on with them. And it's like, do you know how shitty of a show that would be? Is two guys are shooting the shit, some expert interrupting every 5 minutes, going, actually, guys, it's like this. That would suck. But then Douglas Murray kept contradicting himself because he's like, well, I'm not an expert and I talk shit on things, but I've been to Israel. Have you been to Israel? And they're like, well, now we can't talk about the Middle East unless we've been to Israel. Like, Douglas Murray's arguments didn't make sense. It's like he came there to just be a British cunt who wanted to argue about stuff. So he was a British cunt who argued about stuff. And every time they would lay a finger on him or bring up a counterpoint, he would go, well, just, you see, that's what I'm saying. You guys aren't experts. And they're like, I know, we aren't experts. He's like, see, that's my point, is you get to just say you're comedians. Like, yeah, we're comedians. And then you just say you get to give your opinions. And like, yeah, we do. Like, everything Douglas Murray, accused them, he'd create these straw men that they were pretending to be something they're not. And then Rogan and Dave Smith would look right at Douglas Murray and go, no, we're comedians who talk shit. And he's like, you see, that's my point. You're just comedians who talk shit. And like, yes, exactly. So Douglas Murray has not been getting a lot of good reviews on his appearance on Joe Rogan. And now when he goes places and he does appearances, people want to talk to him about the Rogan interview. Let's see how he's handling it. This is a clip from Mediaite. How long of an ad is Douglas Murray getting?
X-Guard were more
5 seconds.
All right. I mean, Joe's a friend, and I was trying to be gentle with him about what I regard as being a dangerous tilt that he and some other podcasters are encouraging.
Let's be very clear what this is about. Israel. Douglas Murray thinks Israel should be able to bomb as many people as they can until they're happy. And other people think that, it's been a little heavy-handed for the last year and a half. Been a little heavy-handed. Been a little genocide-y. And that the 60-year occupation is a bit rich and that it's kind of it's a shady, shifty conquest rather than an occupation. And Douglas Murray wanted to confront Joe on that. But instead he's like, Joe's a friend, and that's why I was trying to be gentle with him. He's already trying to retcon the thing to where he was just being a nice guy. He could have flattened Joe. I mean, he could have leveled him. But Joe's a friend, so he was being gentle. What a passive-aggressive cunt. He really is, and I say this with all due respect, he's an Englishman.
What I really maybe should have said then, can now, is that everybody recognizes expertise in the areas they know about. And for instance, if you had gone on Joe Rogan and sought to spend 3 hours talking about MMA fighting,
wouldn't be very convincing.
Okay, but he'd still do the show and he'd still talk to you and he'd still get your opinion. Or he'd tell you all about it and you'd learn about it. And by the way, you could argue that Joe Rogan's not an expert in MMA. He's a huge fan. He's been a martial artist. But what is an expert? Someone who knows a lot about a topic, or is it a certain certificate? That's the problem with Douglas's whole position on this. He's masking his bias for Israel as a stylistic complaint, as a moral debate complaint, rather than these guys disagree with me on Israel and I want to discredit that. That would be honest. I would respect that argument. These guys disagree with me on Israel and I want to discredit them. Okay, cool. Instead, he's like, well, it's because they're not experts and it's because they're not this and they're not that. I never saw Douglas Murray once complain that Joe Rogan was having too many pro-Trump people on his podcast from the mouth of Douglas Murray. Why? Because Douglas Murray wants more Trump people on than non-Trump people. He didn't argue that Elon Musk isn't a political science expert. Probably loved that Joe Rogan had him on. But when it comes to Daryl Cooper, when it comes to Ian Carroll, when it comes to Dave Smith and people who might be critical of Israel, then it's a problem because they're not experts.
That's my guess. I mean, it may surprise me, but I would think that quite early on he would work out that you didn't really know what you were talking about. And if you said, hey, I never said I'm an MMA expert, I just want to keep talking about it.
You know what Joe would do? He would go, I would fucking love that. I've watched Joe Rogan podcasts where he starts talking about MMA. The other people have no idea what he's talking about, and they're fascinated, and they want to keep talking about it. I think there was the episode with Everlast, and he was telling Everlast about all this shit about MMA. And then Everlast made it weird and kept talking about his sick daughter and shit. It was a real bummer.
Then at some point they would have to call bullshit on you, and they'd get very annoyed.
No, they would. Douglas, what kind of a cunt are you? No, that's not how friends and polite conversations work. See, Douglas wants Joe to have this blood sports show where people come in and duke it out. Joe wants to have a show where people talk about shit. It's a free-flowing conversation. Doesn't matter your expertise level. We're talking shit.
Well, okay. That's the same with lots of other things. I get very annoyed
when people disagree with you.
When I hear people who are in no way recognizably historians, in no way recognizably expert in the subjects they talk about.
Just say Daryl Cooper, motherfucker. Just say Daryl Cooper.
Regurgitating false versions of history that I saw debunked already in my lifetime.
Now, wait a minute. This is the other thing that Douglas Murray does. These nebulous concepts. But he's clearly talking about a specific thing. Give me specifics, Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Tell me what you're talking about. Quit beating around the bush. Quit being a passive-aggressive cunt. Quit being a Brit. Find your good old-fashioned American old Western balls, boy. And tell me what you're talking about, because right now you just sound like a complainer.
I mean, there's an area of the American right which is at the moment simply reheating David Irvingism. Well, we saw that off 30 years ago.
Another straw man. Just call it David Irvingism, and now you don't have to talk to that person. You don't have to consider what they're saying. Just call it David Irvingism, and now it's done. It is a classic straw man. He built up a straw man. They're saying David Irving. Well, we took down David Irving 30 years ago. Therefore, that guy's opinion is invalid because I've decided it's David Irving. Nice. So now I don't have to talk to Daryl Cooper.
Everybody knew that there was a type of revisionist scholar who had a very specific game in mind.
Bullshit, Douglas. You just want us to swallow. Do you really think the story we've been told about the Civil War, about World War I, World War II, the Cold War, all of it, you think all of it's just accurate? You don't think any of it is the message, the narrative being put forth by us, the people who want it? You got to be open-minded, brother. The historians might have some stuff wrong too because they listen to the official story. How'd the experts do on COVID? There were a lot of non-experts who were talking shit on COVID who were right when the experts were wrong. Sometimes when non-experts start theorizing about shit, that's how they become experts and we learn new things.
And I say it's a game, it's a very dark game. The game that they engaged in, and they're engaging in again, is...
He's pissed because this Daryl Cooper guy shit on Churchill. Well, let me tell you something. Churchill's stance in World War II did lead to millions of more people dying. At the same time, it could have been the right stance. He could have negotiated a peace treaty with Hitler, but he said, nope, Hitler's got to go. Hitler's got to be gone. That was probably the right call. I don't know if the world could have coexisted with Adolf Hitler. But the fact, Daryl Cooper just says, if Churchill had had a peace deal, we wouldn't have had millions of more deaths. Churchill's position on the war led to millions of more people dying. That's accurate. But at the same time, he may have been right. Douglas Murray cannot wrap his head around that.
You minimize the sins of the Nazis. You minimize the crimes of Hitler.
What?
you maximize the criticisms of and the crimes put at the door of Churchill.
He wouldn't settle for anything less than Hitler's destruction. If he would have settled for less than that, maybe a few less million soldiers would have died. But then we would have still had Hitler, and who knows if we would have had another war or not.
You have this moment of parity.
Nobody.
Then you make the move.
Nobody is saying that Hitler and Churchill are the same level of guy, Douglas. Stop it. Again, a pyromaniac in a field of straw men. Look at me. I said that Daryl Cooper and Joe Rogan think that Churchill and Hitler are the same. Therefore, I can destroy their argument. That's not their fucking argument, dude.
Which is actually Churchill, the Allies, worse.
No.
I mean, Joe's a friend, and I was trying to...
Nobody is saying that Churchill is worse than Hitler. Daryl Cooper hasn't said it. Joe Rogan hasn't said it. It's just, bro, not something that's been said. We're getting a lot of clips out of today's show, my friends. A lot of clips out of today's show. Papa Shab writes, you're right. Hitler is way cooler. No, God damn it. L Train writes, Hitler actually cared about his race and country. Guys, this is the opposite of what I'm talking about. This is not. Oh, no. Churchill was correct about the communist threat, and that's about it. Churchill was right about Operation Unthinkable. I think that could have worked. And Douglas Murray did not like it when Joe Rogan brought that one up. He's like, didn't Churchill come up with Operation Unthinkable, where we rearm the Nazis and we fight alongside them and invade Russia? And Douglas Murray went, well, that's just really complicated. Oh, so when it goes against what you believe, then it's really complicated. What you believe is complicated. But when someone else wants to theorize about something, well, now it's this big straw man. Okay. Gray Duckling with $10 over on PayPal says, come on, poors. Well, I say come on, poors and rich people. All of you are welcome here at the toe. Hey, 150 away from today's goal. Guys, let's bang it out. What do you think about getting to $100 by 9 o'clock? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get after it. Thank you guys so much. Honky with $1 says Pat Buchanan's book, Who Started World War II, is a great read. It was UK and France started it. They emboldened Poland, promised to back them, then abandoned them when they got DP'd by Hitler and Stalin. Well, I would go a step further, and I would say the Treaty of Versailles and the way we treated Germany after World War I was what caused World War II. It wasn't fair that Germany had to take the blame for World War I. It was not started by Germany. It was started by the Serbians and Austria-Hungary. And the Germans just came to the aid of their ally. They were duty-bound to do that. You probably, honestly, here's what you could have done World War I. World War I, you could have had Austria-Hungary. You have the shooting of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. You let Austria-Hungary go into Serbia, get the people responsible, make it a police action. Done. Good. Instead, Austria-Hungary goes into Serbia. Russia has guaranteed Serbia's independence. Russia goes to war with Austria-Hungary. We could have even kept it an Austro-Hungarian-Russian war. But then Germany comes in, and then France comes in, and then England's guaranteed Belgium sovereignty. So when Germany went through Belgium, that was now the UK's in. And it all became a giant fucking mess. And then the Ottomans come in, you know. And then Germany loses the war. America comes in. I mean, that thing would have been a meat grinder forever. I mean, before America got in there, you had Frenchmen who were mutinying. The Germans were losing their spirit. I mean, you had a real chance. If America would have stayed isolated in World War I, France at some point in the 20s could have fallen to communism. There may have been a communist revolution in France because the soldiers were getting tired of the war. They were starting to leave. There was starting to be anti-government sentiment in France. The communists were starting to gain popularity, especially after the Russian Revolution. Then the Americans got there, pushed the Germans back further, caused the armistice. Then you got the Treaty of Versailles. They over-punished Germany. Germany got indignant about it. They wanted to get their national pride back. They'd been humiliated. Hitler said, I'll give it back to you. And they said, "We'll take the keys there then, Adolf." I mean, that's a very simplistic way of putting it for short, but I don't know. I think the Treaty of Versailles, I think it's not a controversial take to say that the Treaty of Versailles caused World War II to start. That the West, and the West broke a lot of promises to Italy, and the West broke a lot of promises to Japan. People forget about that. After World War I, we promised Italy parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They didn't get it. We promised Japan, hey, you fight on our side, Japan. We're gonna hook you up. And then once the Treaty of Versailles, once the whole peace negotiations started, they basically said, you yellow bastards, get the fuck out of here. They were racist as fuck to the Japanese and wouldn't give them shit. Japan's sitting here going, we've beaten Russia in a war. We've helped you guys win World War I. You don't want to give us any fucking respect? Fuck you guys then. And so the Allies, the Entente, pissed off Italy, pissed off Japan, and pissed off Germany. And who ends up fighting against the Allies in World War II? Is it a coincidence that it's Germany, Italy, and Japan? We fucked them all over, and they wanted to get back at us. I mean, it's not as cut and dry as they were these terrible bad guys and we were these amazing good guys. We bullied the fuck out of these three countries, two of which were our fucking allies who helped us. And then one of them, we just rubbed their face in dog shit for a good 20 years. And then they got mad about it. And they decided to do something about it. And they turned to a guy they really didn't understand. Honky with $1 says, just like historians grouped a bunch of battles into the 100 Years' War, one may say there was a 200-year war against uppity Prussia from the moment Frederick the Great invaded Silesia in 1740 to World War II. Yeah, Europe's always been trying to put a bit of a harness on Germany from, the days of the Iron Chancellor, Franco-Prussian War. I mean, the Germans just kept, the Germans, they just kept fucking beating everybody. Let's go to Kloppo Graham says, please bomb London, nuke it, and Birmingham. Kloppo's British, so I don't know where that comes from. Dead Game says, Aaron, that's an awesome 6th grade social studies teacher persona. Thank you. That's my new gimmick. You can call me Mr. Imholt. I lean with my forearm on the table and put my leg up on a chair and talk to you guys like we're all pals. Today we might watch a movie in class. You guys like Saving Private Ryan? Your teacher's hungover. Kloppo Graham says, okay, Professor Imholt, can we have some fun now? Throw us a little money. Let's talk some shit about Jimmy Kimmel. You guys fine with that? Let's do some Kimmel shit talking. 150 away from today's goal. Thanks a million. Appreciate it. Let's go to Jimmy Kimmel blaming his own kind for Donald Trump being president. Not kidding you. Jimmy Kimmel gave an interview recently where he said, he did a Rolling Stone interview, and he said that liberals going after comedians is one of the reasons Trump became president. Now, this is fascinating to me because old Jimmy, when it comes to Donald Trump, Jimmy Kimmel is the star of his own show. And I'm not talking about his late night show. I'm talking about when it comes to Trump and when it comes to politics. For some reason, when you need the reason why Donald Trump became a thing, Jimmy Kimmel, it always comes back to him or his ilk or his profession. It's got to have something to do with Jimmy. He was he did a thing with Rolling Stone and he said, quote, I think these liberals who've done such a good job of viciously attacking comedians are a big part of the reason why Trump is president now. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with him, but he is a comedian who has been playing to those very liberals for years now. So I don't think he gets to cry now. He knew what was going on then. You knew then, and you did nothing. Don't get me unprepared. You knew then, Jimmy Kimmel, and you did nothing. He knew that these liberals and these progressives were canceling people. He knew all about cancel culture, but Jimmy's attitude was, I got mine. Fuck you guys. And he didn't use his late night platform to stand up for people. He didn't use his late night platform to tell these bloody-toothed progressives that, hey, it's not cool just because he told a joke you didn't like or tweeted something you didn't like. He didn't go out there and stand up for any of these guys because he didn't want to put his gig on the line and he didn't want to take it. Here's the problem with all these guys who try to appeal to a liberal audience and get one. It's a ticking fucking time bomb because these people need something to bitch about or they're not happy. And if they need to cannibalize you to do it, they will. We talked about Ethan Klein earlier. Same thing with Ethan Klein. He's like, I'm going to make a turn to the left. I'm going to appeal to these progressives. I'm going to snake my buddy Jordan Peterson and everything. And now they're eating him alive over Israel. Same thing with Kimmel. If Kimmel would have backed these comedians, if he would have gotten their back when progressives went after him, they might not have been so successful in going after other people, and maybe Trump doesn't even become a thing. So I would argue, Jimmy, that your spinelessness and other people's spinelessness against this woke mob is also part of the reason that Trump became president. Oh my God, Jimmy, you did it. How do you live with yourself? He says, I just think human beings in general, when you see something that makes you laugh and you see a bunch of other people laughing, and then somebody steps in with their arms folded and goes, that's not funny, and here's why that's not funny. It just doesn't give you a good feeling about that person. Jimmy, that's who you appeal to, though. Like, that's your audience now. You've stuck yourself with an audience who wants to hear you just go after Trump all the time. The people who were in it for the laughs and the comedy, Jimmy, they left you a long time ago because they got tired of you fucking crying like a baby every time Trump did something you didn't like. And making it about you or making it about your kid. Kimmel says he doesn't want to see anyone canceled over comedy. A little late. When Dave Chappelle was going through the trans shit, were you taking time on your late night show to stand up for Dave Chappelle? Don't want to piss off ABC and Disney. Well, not Disney anymore, but ABC. Don't want to piss those guys off. Don't want to lose your gig. Golden handcuffs is what they call it. So I don't want to hear this Johnny come lately start bitching about cancel culture now. When he was in a position, this is like Howard Stern bitching about cancel culture. I wouldn't want to hear it from him either because he had a chance to stand up for Imus. He had a chance to stand up for all of those people. He never did. Not fucking once. And I'll give Howard this. He's always said he's pro his free speech. At least he's consistent. But with Kimmel, he's sitting there going, oh, I don't want to see any comedian canceled. Well, these comedians getting canceled, you didn't raise a stink about it, and you're also now blaming it as part of the reason why Trump is president. Why didn't you do more, Jimmy? The line is different for every person. Dave Chappelle can say things that somebody else might not be able to. No, fuck you, Jim. That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. If all of you comics would stop being such fucking pussies and complaining all the time, and if all of you just linked up and said, no, you ain't going after Dave, or you ain't going after that person who said the same thing Dave said, all of that shit's okay. You know, the South Park guys have been consistent. Matt and Trey have said either it's all okay or none of it's okay. I don't like these fucking cowards like Jimmy Kimmel who wait till it's safe and then says the right thing. I don't think anybody should be canceled. I really don't. But he also said he can't understand how anyone can support the president. Well, I don't know. When the other option is mealy-mouthed, two-faced cunts like you, I think it's kind of easy. There's no decency. It's just a bunch of animals, and it's disgusting. Hey, Jimmy. And now, girls jumping on trampolines. Hey, here we go. Should we go take a look at how you got famous, Jimbo? I mean, on the 4th of July, I still put up a flag, and I'm never going to stop doing that because I'm never going to let them have that symbol. Don't worry, Jim. I mean, their symbol's a swastika. Am I right, pal? Some days he gives you so much that you're throwing things away that would have been the biggest event of the entire Bush presidency. Oh, God. Now these guys are cozying up to Bush? Talk about broken. I try not to get too deep in the weeds. I have to remind myself that this is not an expose. It's a comedy show. Really? You're conscious of that. You're conscious that it's not an expose. It's a comedy show. And you still put out the product that you do? Wow. That's amazing. Maybe you should say it in front of the mirror a couple more times. Sandwich Wench says, your show could use a trampoline. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. My eyes are up here, Sandwich Wench. I'm a human being. I'm not just a piece of meat. Besides, you don't want me on a trampoline when it's gray sweatpants time. That'd humiliate us all. Yeah, Jimmy, what about blackface Karl Malone? Was that okay? Are we good with blackface Karl Malone? That's not part of the problem? Sandwich Wench says, man tits on trampolines, sexy. Oh, is that sexy? All right. Oh, I'm getting older, too. Maybe I can get my tits and my balls to actually hit each other on the way. It's possible. Nothing is impossible. Impossible is nothing. Let's go to the text line here. Johnny Crutches for president. We need a second cripple in the White House. We'll give him a new race to put in internment camps. Sam Show can decide. Well, that's no fun. You know who Sam Show would put on that list. Oh, let's take a look-see. I got, this one's not coming up. Fuck. Okay. Well, I had a couple more texts I wanted to get to. They're not loading. Fuck it. Let's move on. Sorry about that, guys. If you sent something in. I was getting the spinny wheel thingy. 150 away from today's goal. We're about 12 minutes away from falling behind today. It's our final goal of the week. Why don't you guys all team up, knock out that last 150, and then we're all done for the week. Remember, I can't beg. No begging the last 2 weeks. None of that last 5 minutes shit. So I just got to ask you, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You respond. We get that 150 knocked out. It's the ultimate win for the toe. Let's open up the 7 o'clock hour stories, shall we? And while we do, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and share the program. I appreciate that. All Care Towing, 3-2. I'm going to see my boys at All Care today. I'm going to bring them some pizza. So I'm not going to get there till about noon. It's too late for donuts, I think. So I think I should bring those boys a pizza. And pizza heats up well. You can eat pizza cold. It works. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If the boys at All Care are listening today, why don't you shoot me an email and let me know what kind you might want. Otherwise, I'm going to go as crowd-friendly as possible, like a sausage or a pepperoni type of a thing. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care. Of course, if you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, any of the problems you might have, All Care can come pick you up. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy at Midland are there for you when it comes to, oh my God, things you need for hunting, personal protection, carry, home protection, really anything, sports shooting, you name it. Knives, optics, parts, and gears. Order it online or go check them out live in person in downtown Foley, Minnesota, touching grass, as we call it. Call them, contact them. If you have any questions, they can answer them for you. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And then, of course, Stoney's tonight, Thursday, 250 cans at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's Bar also has live bands on the weekends. Great place to go with your friends, grab a pizza, a couple of beers, play some pool, play some darts, and then Bloody Marys in the morning. Their world-famous Ultimate Bloody Mary. Check it out. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Visit Stoney's today. Honky with $1 says, see a whore and he appears. King Robert gave us Gendry. King Robert gave us Gendry. He fucked in Winterfell, King's Landing, and Old Town too. He fucked in Dorne and the Vale and River Run. It's kind of, it works. It's not bad. Thank you, Helgi. A little Joe Hendry Game of Thrones remix. Appreciate it. As I said before, 150 is the number for today. Let's get after that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I told you about this earlier today. I've got the video to prove it. Senator Chris Van Hollen, I shit you not, is going to El Salvador to discuss the return of Kilmar Abreu Garcia. The fucking MS-13 guy. You know, we listened to David Hogg today pontificate about how you're going to bring Democrats back. We heard Jimmy Kimmel talk about what the problem with the liberals are. You guys don't think that maybe simping for an MS-13 guy who got deported for being here illegally, you don't think that maybe that might turn voting Americans off on the whole Democratic Party thing? Look, bro, we're deporting all your voters. All the people you snuck in here and tried to get them the, ability to vote, we're deporting them all. You're going to have to deal with some of us. And I'm sorry, you're going to have to do some things that we like so we vote for you. And going to El Salvador to bail out some gangster is probably not a thing that's going to put Americans on your side. But let's hear out Senator Chris Van Hollen, who to me is one of the douchiest guys in the Senate. He's going to go to El Salvador to bring a gang member back to a country he doesn't belong in. Go ahead, Chris. Wow us.
I'm about to board my flight for San Salvador. The goal of this mission is to let the Trump administration, to let the government of El Salvador know that we are going to keep fighting to bring Abreu Garcia home.
Nobody wants him. The president of El Salvador does not want to release him. The Donald Trump administration does not want him here. The American people don't want a potential MS-13 member who was here illegally inside of our borders. So, Chris, I don't know what battle you're fighting here, buddy. I don't know who you're fighting this battle for, but it's not us.
Until he returns to his family. I hope to meet with...
Well, let's send his family out there.
Representatives of the government. I hope to have the chance to actually see Kilmar and see what his condition is. But we are going to keep fighting because this is a miscarriage of justice. The Supreme Court has ruled 9-0, that he was illegally taken out of the country.
Didn't they? No. Didn't they rule 9-0 that they don't have to send him back? God, these people just lie like they breathe.
And put in a prison in El Salvador. And this is about due process. This is about rule of law.
Due process? Did he not go through 2 immigration courts? An immigration court and an appellate court, and they both said he's an MS-13 member? Wasn't he also in this country illegally? Sounds like due process to me.
What bullies do.
By the way, due process is for American citizens, asshole.
Is they begin by picking on the most vulnerable.
No.
But if we get rid of the rule of law and due process in the United States, it's a short road from there to tyranny.
I agree. I agree with Chris Van Hollen. If you get rid of the rule of law, it's a short road from there to tyranny, it's a good thing that we're following immigration law then. We saw that during the Biden administration. If you forget the rule of law, people come flooding across the border and it's chaos. It's chaos. Short road from there to tyranny. Sorry, Chris, you're just on the wrong side of this one. Oh, don't worry, he landed. Didn't we send a U.S. representative to Jonestown once? What happened to that guy?
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city, looking forward to meeting with the team from the American Embassy. And I do want to thank our Foreign Service officers and the whole team at this embassy.
I'm glad he's not just doing this for a photo op and, for the gram. That's nice.
And embassies around the world for all the good work they do on behalf of our country. I'm proud to co-chair the bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus that stands up for the men and women who are serving our country overseas.
Yawn, I'm bored. All right, so Chris Van Hollen's a douche. It's totally performative. I don't know who he's hoping to grab as a viewer, or not a viewer, a voter. But I guess he thinks that Americans are going to be totally gaga over this. Homeland Security has been releasing all of Abreu Garcia's stuff. Had a history of violence, was not the upstanding Maryland man the media has portrayed him. According to court filings, Garcia's wife sought a domestic violence restraining order against him, claiming he punched, scratched, and ripped off her shirt. This MS-13 gang member is not a sympathetic figure, and they're trying to make him one. Imagine hating Trump so much that you're like, you know who our guy is? A fucking gangster who, beat his wife. Nice.
Well, folks,
let's get some straight dish on this Abreu Garcia guy.
The Maryland man hoax is breaking. Senator Chris Van Hollen has just landed, I guess, in El Salvador, where he's on his way out to, I suppose he's on his way for a special visit with Abreu Garcia. He's there. I don't know if this is one of those, visits with special benefits. Maybe it's more of a first date kind of thing.
Is Jack Posobiec insinuating that Chris Van Hollen is going to fuck Kilmar Abreu Garcia? Is that... Did he just do that on a fucking TV show? Can you do that now? God damn, the second Trump administration is lit. We can just accuse a senator of wanting to butt fuck an illegal immigrant on TV? Oh, shit. I didn't know how here for this I was. Go ahead, Jack. You're going to fuck him in the ass, I guess. Although, let's be honest, we've seen Chris Van Hollen. We've seen Abreu Garcia. Abreu Garcia's fucking him in the ass.
Maybe he's not that kind of senator. Then again, he is from Maryland, so we'll see just how high his standards, if any, are. But the entire left is going in on this. The entire media, this massive political stunt is going on, and it is a political stunt to be sure. By the way, this also proves once again.
God, I really want to hate this Abreu Garcia guy, but I'm really having a hard time getting through a Jack Posobiec clip.
That the Democrats are far better at political theater than Republicans, than conservatives, than even sometimes. Look, we couldn't even get a guy to go to Fort Knox. We couldn't even get a guy to go to Fort Knox. But
yeah, what the fuck happened to that? That's a good point. What happened? I thought Trump and Elon were walking hand in hand into Fort Knox looking for the gold. That, the Epstein tapes, all that other shit. Come on, let's get moving here. Let's do some crazy shit. Let's do some, deep state might send a, dead bunny's head to your doorstep kind of thing.
The Democrats will go all the way down to El Salvador. The only problem is, of course, once again, the Democrats are supporting a criminal.
Shit.
Whether it's Luigi Maggioni or Karmelo Anthony or now Abreu Garcia, the Democrats just can't quit their love affair with criminals. And
I don't think the Democrats are really pro. This is why I hate all the right-wing talkers and the left-wing talkers, and they're all just jockeying for position on each other. I don't think the Democrats are like, yeah, we're pro Karmelo Anthony stabbing a high school kid. That's bullshit. I also don't think they're pro. Well, you know what? The Luigi Mangione thing, the far left, I think the far left is kind of into Luigi Mangione. I'll give them that one. But Karmelo Anthony, that's a bit of a reach. I think that one's more of a racial thing than a political thing. Rebecca with $5. Oh, no. Sandwich wench, this isn't good. Rebecca with $5 says, I second the trampoline. This is, guys, I'm not putting a trampoline in the studio. I appreciate your support. I think you guys are great, but I can't do it. I'm sorry. Let's go to 383 Novocaine. I think that was the last one. Yeah, $1 from 383 Novocaine. He says, so they are going against the Supreme Court. Isn't that treason? Treason is only when your opponent does it. 383 with another $1 says, so they are, oh, well, that one showed up twice, 3 times. I think that's my chat, though, not him. Guys, we are 145 away from today's goal. We got an hour and a half left. Let's get that thing down there. What do you say? Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc., etc., etc. Throw back a couple of bucks to the toe because we are just $145 away from having a perfect week for the toe. Let's do it. Thank you guys so much. Just a few more bucks our way, and we'll have this thing all hammered out. Is it weird that I'm on the side of this, the people in this next story? I like these people. A bunch of people in Baker, Pennsylvania, were riding their horses through a Walmart, which I guess typically is not allowed. You're not usually allowed to ride horses through the Walmart, but these people informed the Walmart staff that these were their emotional support animals. And Walmart has a policy where they support emotional support animals. Therefore, it's fair game. People are kind of making fun of this one. They're calling these people, they're like, oh, these pieces of shit. Oh, they're riding horse. I think this would be awesome. If I was at a Walmart and all of a sudden a bunch of people came in and they were riding on horses, I think that would be, that would be an experience. That would be an above and beyond type of thing at Walmart. Now, I understand the staff probably doesn't want it, especially if the horses decide to take a shit. But still, I just, I don't know. It's kind of chaotic, kind of crazy, not something you normally see at a store. Let them go. Real quick, before we get into that story, let's go to Klopogram. He says, Aaron, we have breaking news.
Are you not afraid?
Whoa. 2 minutes ago. Wait. Was Cat Williams on Shannon Sharp's podcast just now? I thought Cat Williams was on a while ago. Cat, before I break this news, and thank you, Kloppo, when was Cat Williams last on Shannon Sharp? A year ago.
This is the other side.
This is from a year ago, man. This ain't breaking news. All right, though, maybe that didn't get reported. Let's check it out.
About being blackballed again? These are some power people.
What do you mean again? These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything.
Diddy would be throwing all his celebrity mates under the bus.
I mean, that could potentially be coming when it's time for court and when it's time
This
for...
says Cat Williams leaked secret sex tape of Diddy and Kevin Hart exposing Hollywood conspiracy. I'm just seeing clips at this point.
Clean off. There's a short life in
Why do you think that is? What the creative side is?
Well, because losing out money, you got to take drugs. You're going through so much to try and deal with life. During a candid, no-holds-barred interview, Williams unleashed a claim so incendiary that it sent shockwaves through the entertainment world. According to the comedian Kevin Hart, the darling of mainstream comedy, the self-proclaimed hardest-working man in showbiz, and a man who has built an empire on clean, relatable humor, had allegedly made career moves that were anything but wholesome. Williams didn't mince words. He claimed that Kevin Hart was sold to the industry, and suggested that his meteoric rise to fame came with a price tag that would make even the most hardened industry insiders wince. And at the center of it all, Sean Diddy Combs, the music mogul whose name has become synonymous with power, wealth, and increasingly controversy. For years, Diddy has been an enigmatic figure in Hollywood.
All right, can I get a condensed version of this? Is Cat Williams really saying there's a sex tape of Diddy and Kevin Hart? Cat Williams, Kevin Hart. I mean, I'm down to hear about it. Cat Williams calls Kevin Hart an industry plant. Again, this is all from a year ago.
Only seen at the Laugh Factory. In 15 years in Hollywood, no one in Hollywood has a memory of going to a sold-out Kevin Hart show, there being a line for him ever getting a standing ovation at any comedy club. He already had his deals when he got here. Have we heard of a comedian that came to L.A. and in his first year in L.A. he had his own sitcom on network television and had his own movie called Soul Plane that he was leading? No, we've never heard of that before that person or since that person. What do you think a plant is? Maybe people don't understand the definitions of these words. He just did.
It's hard to tell when a guy either goes crazy or he's right and he has it all together. So he's going, like he feels crazy because no one will believe him and he's 100% right. And after all these years, I still don't have a read on Cat Williams, whether he went nuts or whether he knows all this shit and he's trying to tell us and now he feels crazy because nobody's listening.
His documentary with Chris Rock, where he shows you that his whole upbringing in comedy was on the East Coast.
Yeah, it was.
So how simultaneously was he here in Los Angeles doing the same thing?
Airplanes? I don't have a problem believing that there's industry plants, and I also believe that a lot of very famous people probably did gay shit at Diddy parties and they don't want that coming out. But the specific Kevin Hart thing, I don't know if that's Cat Williams being jealous of Kevin Hart's success and he's insane, or if Kevin Hart really is accurate, or Cat Williams is really accurate about this stuff and people won't believe him, so he feels crazy. Because that's a thing too. Being right about something, knowing it in your heart of hearts and people not believing it, that will drive you insane. So it could be that too. Kloppo says Cat is a truth spitter. Dead Game says he's a truth-slinging pimp. There's Sam Show says you're a retard, so he doesn't believe it. I don't know. Kevin Hart's a tiny little guy. Maybe people in Hollywood would want to fuck him in the ass. I'm not really sure, but I'm going to need something more than Cat Williams. Wait a minute. Didn't Kevin Hart get in trouble because some guy was blackmailing him because Kevin Hart fucked his girl? And then so Kevin Hart just went public with it and said, yeah, I fucked her, instead of like paying the guy off. That could be it. 145. I mean, that would make him less gay, I think. Maybe that was all planted. Maybe that story was planted so everyone would think Kevin Hart loves pussy, dude. 145 away from today's goal. Please and thank you. Let's knock it out. We did knock today's goal down to $200 because we hit it so hard yesterday in both the morning and the evening shows. That means in 3 hours we've made $55 today. There's a difference between when we ask and we don't ask. Today is a not ask day, but it's becoming an ask day for the next hour and a half because we're 145 away and we need to be a little closer than that for me to continue the roll we've been on so far today. So Streamline, this is another proof of I've kind of met you guys in the middle because it's not there's no begging anymore, but there's still, you're not going to get it if you don't ask. You know? So thank you guys very much. Let's get that 145 knocked out, however you feel like it. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you. Yeah, Reneger's been coping all week. He says talking about it is begging. Absolutely not. It is asking. Total difference, Reneger. I'm sorry. Just, hey, when the narrative of the show changes, change with it. If you stubbornly hang on to the past, you're just going to look a little psychotic. Trying to help. 145 away. You know where to throw a couple of bucks. Do it in honor of Reneger. And hopefully we can change his mind. All right, let's do the... This doesn't look real. This fucking Walmart thing. It's 3. First of all, 3 people riding a horse in a Walmart is crazy. You never see that. 3 black people riding a horse anywhere. I think this might be the first time in my life I've seen 3 black people riding a horse together. I've seen a black person ride a horse before. I just don't know if I've seen 3 black people and 3 black people only riding a horse before. There's no sound on this, by the way. Don't fuck with your computers. Oh, wait, 4? Are there 4 4? The 4 black horsemen of the apocalypse. Oh, my God. And one was on a green horse, and its name was Newport. There we go. Just taking off, just running through Target on some horses. I get it. See, look, they're not hurting anybody. The horses aren't like stampeding. They're not racing and running through all the aisles. Let them. You don't see this every day. This is one of the emptiest Walmarts I've ever seen, by the way. Not a lot of business that time of the day at the old Walmart. We got an update on these 4? All right. Shit. We can tell what neighborhood the Walmart's in. Yo, we got a bunch on horses. Shit.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. What the fuck? Oh.
Y'all, any of you motherfuckers want to play for blood? Yo, bitch, I'm your Huckleberry.
Hell no. What the hell? What we supposed to do about that?
Just go shopping. What am I supposed to do? It's not like the horse is going to eat you. Just go get your shit and get the fuck out of here. Somebody call the police. Oh, great. There's a drive-by in the neighborhood. Nobody saw shit, but 4 guys want to go into Walmart harmlessly on horses. We got to call the police. Great.
Police. I know it, man. They ain't supposed to come in there like that. I'm scared of shit. Somebody back there, man. I look at Big Deborah. I don't think she see. I don't know if she saw that just now. Huh? I don't know.
See, if this was in a white Walmart and a bunch of black people came in on horses, all the white women would be walking up trying to pet the horse and date the guy on it. There's a lot of fat women in Walmart. That's all. Gifted membership coming in from Dr. Rondo. Thank you, Dr. Rondo, for the gifted membership over on Rumble. Let's pass that along. Who got it? Oh, that one hasn't been handed out yet. Wow. All right, let's keep going with those gifted memberships and those Streamlabs and those PayPals and those Rumble rants. I appreciate it. 140 away from our final goal of the week. Let's knock it out, guys. Let's do it. We're just about there. Klopogram says, clean up on aisle horse. Oh, get it? Eaton Clams calling this movie The Outlaw Mustafa Wales. That's not. Marble Arm says the Django sequel looks lit. It really does. Eagle of America. Oh, he's giving us the address. Apparently this Walmart's located on the Old Town Road. I was not aware. Thank you, guys. You know, we bring up these stories and we just scratch the surface with them, but for some reason you guys are like a crack research team. Crack, not the people riding the horses. A crack research team, and you find out so many details about this. It really helps the show. So I really cannot thank you enough. CNN. Oh, our Italian guy on CNN who likes to tell us the numbers of everything. CNN was trying to create this narrative all week long that Trump voters are starting to regret voting for Donald Trump. So they brought their numbers guy in. And I'm convinced that this Harry Enton, the statistical guru on CNN, is like anti his own network, and he's trying to sandbag the fuck out of everybody and no sell all the anchors, because we've had at least 5 clips on this show where CNN goes, oh, this is happening. This is happening. Let's go to our numbers guy, Harry. Harry, what do you say about this thing we're saying? He goes, numbers say it's total bullshit. The fuck, dude? What do you mean it's total bullshit? Well, just that. I showed you the numbers here, and turns out you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Sorry. Let's go to this clip. This is Harry telling another anchor that this whole idea that voters are rejecting Donald Trump or they somehow regret their vote for Donald Trump, apparently that is completely a figment of the media's imagination and not borne out by the numbers. We got about 20 seconds of a Mediaite ad before we can get to this. But I think this guy might be angling for that new Steve Kornacki job that opened up at MSNBC. Because he's a sassy little bitch, this Harry Enton. Let's check it out. Let's watch CNN get blue-balled by their own guy again.
I mean, this is the big question, right? I hear all these stories, all these articles. All the Trump voters, they regret what they did back in 2024. I'm here to tell you, very few of them regret what they did back in 2024.
So CNN goes over to this guy, and they're like, are Trump voters regretting the decision they've made? Let's go to Harry. Did they not talk to this motherfucker before the show? Did they not, before they throw it to them, did they like not discuss? Now, Harry, I'm going to say something about Trump voters maybe regretting their vote. Do you think you can give us something on that? Like, all they would have to do is ask him that, and they'd know how to throw it to him. Or is Harry behind the scenes telling these guys, oh, hey, I got you. I'll grab the numbers. I got you. This is going to be good. And then they go to Harry and they're like, Harry, are they regretting voting for Trump? He's like, fuck no, homie. The media's making that shit up. Here's the numbers. Like, fucking Harry, you do this to us every time, buddy.
What are we talking about? Trump voters looking back at 2024. We got a new poll out. The poll was conducted this month. What percentage would change their vote to a different candidate? We're talking just 2%. Just 2%. That's not even a wide spot on the road. And then there's this additional 1% who say they would rather not vote. We're talking overall under 5% might or would have changed their vote. Donald Trump voters back in 2024.
I mean, that's holding pretty well. I mean, he's only been in there 3 months, but like that's still holding all right. I wonder what would happen if we took the same polling of Kamala Harris voters. I wonder if that number would be higher. I mean, it can't be much lower.
And then you ask, okay, the same question to Kamala Harris voters.
Hey, Aaron, maybe if you shut the fuck up, maybe it'd make some money and you'd hear this shit.
It turns out the numbers are rather similar. So if there was a repeat, if folks got to be able to redo their vote that they had back in 2024, would the result be any different? I doubt it would be. I doubt it would be, or it would still be extremely close. The bottom line is, for all this talk of Trump voters regretting their vote, in the numbers, it really just doesn't show up.
So all these CNN anchors just want to report the doom and gloom on Trump, the worst possible scenario for Trump. They keep going to Harry, and Harry keeps cutting their fucking dicks off and shoving them up their ass.
So the stickiness with Trump voters and President Trump in this presidency, how does it compare to his first presidency?
Yeah, okay. So
yeah, Harry, come on. Find us some numbers that make today look worse than them. Can you help us out?
So, you know, I was interested in sort of a historical...
And then the numbers are worse back then. Well, Harry, I mean, sure, only 2 or 3% of Trump voters would change their vote or not vote at all, but come on, it's got to be worse than it was in 2017. No, it's about the same, if not, actually more people would have changed their vote. So it's better now. Better now.
Analogy here, sort of, does this look similar or different from back in 2017 looking at 2016? Well, in February of 2017, 4% of Trump voters say they'd shift their vote. That's actually slightly more than the 3% this time around. So, you look back, you say, okay, there's these Trump voters who really regret their vote. Historically speaking, they really don't regret their vote. And if anything, the number this time around is actually smaller than it was the first time around. And
so is this just Harry Enton basically kicking CNN voters in the penis all day long? Like it's just that Captain Buzzkill comes in to ruin your day?
Certainly smaller than the number
Harry
we saw
Enton
coming
basically
out of
doing a segment called We Fucking Love This Guy.
2020, of course, after the events of January 6th. So the bottom line is this. If there's some idea out there that Trump voters are going around, man, I wish I had voted for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump, the numbers say that is a fanciful universe. It really, for the most part, does not exist.
What about the Republican brand?
Boy, and this guy's not going to give up. This guy's like, come on, Harry, give us something here. They're shitty, right? Harry's like, they're killing it right now. I don't know what to tell you.
And in general, any evidence that people are, leaving that brand faster than they're leaving the Democrats?
This guy, I mean, they can't hide the bias. He's like, all right, tell me that the Republicans are shit and people hate them. This is fun to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday we spoke about Trump's approval rating, right? But it's very important to note, nothing cannot be nothing. That is, when you put two folks together or two folks against each other, the results might look different than just looking at one of them. And in this particular...
Oh, no! Oh, CNN, come on, shut it off. They're dead. Stop kicking them. They're dead already. The numbers are all getting redder and redder. CNN, what's next? Harry, do you have any numbers on local dog catcher elections? Are the Republicans falling there? Are people seeing Democrats as more dog people than Republicans? Actually, what we're seeing in that is that Republicans are looked at as the party of dogs. So the numbers are the numbers.
Particular measure, which I think is so important because what we saw in 2024...
Republicans are getting more cervical cancer than Democrats. We don't know why that is.
was Republicans getting a rare lead on party identification. It was a 1-point lead according to Gallup. Look at where it was in an average of Gallup polls so far this year. Plus 2 points for Republicans.
Oh, my God. That's 7 points higher than when Trump was president last time.
If anything, the Republican brand has actually perhaps gotten a smidgen stronger, though these are within the margin of error. Very different from 2017 when Democrats held a 5-point advantage. And I'll finally note,
are any of you feeling bad for CNN right now? Are any of you feeling just a little bit of sympathy for CNN? Because this is a fucking dick kicking right now.
this looks very much like the generic ballot trend, which in 2025 looks an awful bit like November of 2024, when Republicans, of course, won and held the House.
He's walking closer to him. He's like, listen, fuck stick. You got any shitty news about the fucking Republicans?
We will see if these trends continue, but they are very interesting at this moment. Harriet, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
He doesn't mean it, Harry. Fucking hates your guts. You are the angel of dog shit news to these people. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, not a Somali Walmart. Everything isn't behind glass. Dive Bar with $1 says, PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Rumble Rant, Super Chats. Yes! And Nomo with $1 says, not ever once ever met any Trump voter with regrets. Yeah, they're few and far between. 135 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for those contributions. Keep them coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I want to get that last 135 hammered out so we can call it a perfect week this week, because it has been incredible for the toe. And I appreciate it. Yeah, Veldrain says, next, Harry just puts on a MAGA hat and drops the mic. He just goes, all right, my work here is done. Later, bitches. Veldrain with $1. Yeah, well, I just read that one. He gave us $1 for it. Thank you very much. Nomo says, no, not feeling any sympathy for CNN. All right, I thought I'd ask. Not really feeling any. I go on Mediaite some days and I just go, please let there be a Harry Enton segment, because it's always CNN going, fuck Trump. Am I right, Harry? And Harry's like, that's not what my numbers are telling me. I'm sorry. Well, fine. I'm just waiting for one like Dana Bash to go, well, fine. Fuck you, Harry. And he's like, what did I do? I just read you the number on the screen. Sorry. Takes his telestrator, draws a circle around her, and goes, we did find one cunt in the polling. It's going to end poorly. They're not handling it well. Guys, I'm going to need your help on this one. This 4chan thing, I don't quite understand it. I'm very much a touch grass kind of internet kid, so I never got into 4chan. But 4chan was kind of the meme capital of politics for a while. It was very pro-Trump back in 2016. In the last decade, it kind of became a big thing. And then I think it kind of devolved into just like the most autistic and socially dysfunctional people of the internet. But apparently this week, 4chan was hacked. Now, I haven't heard about 4chan for years. I really don't know if they've been a thing. I don't know if 4chan has really been that big of a deal. But apparently in this 4chan hack, we found out a few things. Now, I could be wrong about this, but what I've read is that there may have been some deep state funding, some CIA-type funding with 4chan as kind of like controlled opposition. Nothing surprises me anymore, by the way. Well, the online forum, notorious for its extreme right-wing content, appears to have been hacked in a development some believe could spell the end of the controversial message board. Moderators monitor conversations, but the forum is infamous as a place for gory videos, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know. Mainstream attention, blah, 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 blah. Harassment. Okay. On Monday, a message appeared on parts of the site with the words, you got hacked, according to Wired magazine. As the website went down, reports began circulating that the hackers were a rival internet faction and were releasing the personal details of moderators. So, dork on dork crime. This sounds like just a bunch of nerdy assholes hacking a bunch of other nerdy assholes. This is like, the summer camps launching water balloons at each other. What we're seeing looks like a classic case of cyber criminals turning on each other, a digital turf war. So it's like the Crips and the Bloods, only with people who play Magic the Gathering, I suppose. I don't know. It is, I don't think anyone has to worry, though. Like, oh, I'm a moderator. What if I get doxxed? Don't worry. None of these fucking people go outside. You'll be safe. You might get some coleslaw out of the deal. This isn't new. Just as organized crime groups fight for ownership, power, and control in the real world, online gangs splinter, clash, and compete for status and influence. Alan Gall, co-founder of Israeli cybercrime monitoring company Hudson Rock, said the claim of a hack looks legit and cited screenshots purporting to show 4chan's back-end infrastructure. Now, how do I know that this Israeli guy didn't have something to do with the hack? I mean, I would understand if Israelis and like Jews wanted to hack 4chan and embarrass the shit out of them. I'd understand it. I'd get it. I don't think you go on 4chan to read a lot of positive stuff about the tribe. What makes this dangerous is that these internal battles can be just as disruptive as external hacks, said Mr. Stewart. When a splinter group goes rogue, it's not just reputation at risk. Credentials, communication logs, and access to systems can all be thrown into the fire. Can we just stop? Unleashing nerds on the world was such a big mistake. We really should have just kept bullying them. The fact that because now they're like, we have a forum. Well, we're going to hack your forum. We're going to show who your moderators are. It's like all of you should be getting wedgies and swirlies right now. The fact that people's identities are reportedly being leaked could be a particular concern for 4chan moderators. Well, I'll tell you this. If you're a 4chan moderator or you thought Dabble House was fucking gay, you might get your information released. Emiliano Di Cristofaro, a computer science and engineering professor at UC Riverside, told Wired magazine, quote, there might be some high-profile users exposed as moderators. Traditionally, 4chan users hate them, so they might be targeted. See, I'm already lost in the nerddom of all of it. I've already gone too far down the nerd rabbit hole. Hey, who's going to post all the memes? Who's going to say Jew and the N-word all the time? Well, probably Sam Show. Look, that's not the point. My point was, although the site appears to be slowly and stutteringly coming back online, it may have suffered fatal damage. Well, shit. But I don't know. Are message boards really that much of a thing anymore? Yeah, McBuster says it's a dork fight. Right. It's very much a dork fight. Nomo says nobody outside of 4chan cares. Yeah, I thought this was like some kind of big op and we were going to figure something out and this was going to be some crazy thing. It turns out one group of nerds wants to take the site from another group of nerds and another group of nerds got really pissed and like, can we settle this all over, like maybe a game of Diablo or, what do we need to do to make this all go away, guys? Because it seems a little. Can we have a lair duel? Would that be all right? Could we have a duel where they all dress up like medieval knights and they have foam swords and they can all meet at a park one day, like in role models, and we can just kind of hack and slash this thing out? Don't cheat. Don't cheat. By the way, Dr. Rondo's gifted membership from earlier went to Historically White. Thank you very much, Historically White. If you feel like passing that one along, that would be great. We are 135 away from today's goal, so we got a little ways to go. We got an hour to do it. We'd appreciate it if you guys wanted to chip in via Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants. I'd really like a perfect week this week. We're right there on the verge. We've had a great last couple of days, and I do appreciate it. So if everybody, 5 or 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever, wants to chip in, let's do it. As you can see, the top 4 is wide open. You've got, it goes anywhere from 145 to 75. You get in that range, you're in the top 4, kids. Hey, Gray Duckling did $10 earlier. That's going to put him at $50. No, Leah, it is not begging. It is asking. Begging is the rally thing. Thank you very much. Well, you can't get it if you don't. If I'm not allowed to ask, then we might as well close the doors. You know what I mean? Let's go on to the. Oh, this one's bad, man. I haven't been watching a lot of baseball this year because the Twins are off to a completely dog shit start. It's a long season to be torturing yourself that way. But yesterday, Hunter Wendelstedt, the umpire during the Mets-Cardinals game, is last night or no, this was 2 days ago, I believe. Wednesday's game between the. Wait, was it the Twins and the Mets or the Cardinals? I thought it was the Cardinals and the Mets. Oh, no, this was at the Twins game. Okay, so the Twins were playing the Mets. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought the Mets were in town. Why would this be the Cardinals? So Hunter Wendelstedt was down the first baseline, and the Twins were, the Mets were at bat, and somebody hit a liner down the first base line, and old Hunter didn't have time to get his hands up or to get out of the way. This was brutal.
He shoots that one off Hunter Wendelstedt, and he goes down.
That's like when the first base coach right away just goes, yeah, guys, you might want to get out here. That's like in pro wrestling. You know, everything's choreographed. You know, everybody kind of knows what the plan is, when someone's hurt and when someone's selling. Usually if you see the referee ask like for medical attention after a move, it's like, that might not have gone right.
Oh, my.
Did it get him in the head?
I think it did. Got him right in the back of the head. Ooh. We were just talking the other.
Oh, those feet ain't even twitching. He's out. He is out. If you're a batter, you just feel like shit. Not your fault. Nothing you can do about it. You're doing your job. Nothing you can do as the umpire. It's a fucking screaming line drive that's coming out at over 100 miles per hour. You barely have time to blink. Just a really unlucky, unfortunate accident. That's the thing, like, I was a pitcher until I was about 24, 25 years old. And one of the questions I always got from people is, don't you worry about line drives coming right at your face? And you just don't think about it. But you don't think about getting hit by the ball. You know, you just kind of assume that that's not going to happen. It's a 1 in a million. And I never did. I never got hit by a line drive. Nobody could hit me, bro. I never got hit by a line drive, not even like in the hip or the ankle or the foot or the face. I can probably remember on one hand the amount of times I had to get my glove up to stop a line drive. But it can happen. And if you're a batter, you kind of got to shake that off as quick as you can because you didn't do anything wrong. It's just freak accident. I did hit a line drive to center once, and it hit a guy in the mouth, and he had to have his jaw wired. But, I mean, catch the fucking ball, dude.
Day about how the base coaches wear helmets and that the base umpires should wear them as well. And Hunter Wendelstedt took a direct shot.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to start the conversation about umpires wearing helmets. And why not? I mean, why wouldn't you wear helmets when you're out there? It's it's a good way to keep yourself safe. And it doesn't cost you anything. Now, Wendelstedt was able to get to his feet. He did have to leave with help of members of the Twins training staff. The second base umpire assumed the first base duties for the rest of the game. No word yet on what injuries he ultimately sustained. The Mets manager said that Wendelstedt's going to be fine. But at the same time, you got to think at least a concussion. I mean, getting rocked that hard by a baseball coming off a guy's bat, fuck. This was very reminiscent of a game, another Mets game back in 2021. This is where the Cardinals game is, where another umpire was hit in the head, this time by an errant throw. Let's bring that one up.
But Wainwright struck out McNeil to end that threat. And Pilar hits one back toward the middle. Sosa to his left. Nice play. Spinorama, but he throws away. Hits
Oh, fuck. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because the ump's got to watch the bag. He's got to see if the guy's going to be out or safe, so he's getting ready to watch the play. Right in the fucking head. We're going to have a talk about that throw. Who was that? Edmundo Sosa. We're going to have a talk about that throw, Edmundo. Jesus, buddy. I know you're off balance, but fuck.
But Wainwright struck out McNeil to end that threat. And Pilar hits one back toward the middle. Sosa to his left. Nice play. Spinorama, but he throws it away. Hits the He hit the first base umpire.
Oh, no.
Ooh. That actually looks like it just cut open a bad bug bite.
Valentine right in the side of the face. And the trainer is going to come out.
It's a rough job. It really is. Like, being a baseball umpire, got to be in the top three most thankless jobs in sports. Everybody yells at you. Everybody thinks you're an asshole. Everybody thinks your calls suck. You get yelled at. You get dirt kicked on your feet. Oh, and by the way, once in a while, they also might just fucking give you a concussion. It's got to be one of the shittiest jobs in all of sports. Center is up there. You're just getting fucking bulldozed as soon as you do your job. Let's go to a text here. He said, you had that according to your second marriage, sexy summer softball league for a bit. You could get back into it and help your double chin. We talked about this last night on the show. It doesn't matter what my weight's been. This fucker will not go away. Just won't. Yeah, Kloppo says he's eating soup for 6 months. Oh, yeah, that's the worst when you get hit here, and then, yeah, it can't quite bring your teeth together all the way to chew because it hurts too bad. You learn that, like, when I spar, if I get a little too tired, sometimes you let your mouth open up instead of biting down on your gum shield. Kind of let your mouth get opened up, and if you get cracked with one and your mouth's open, you're like, oh, fuck. I'm like, boy. And then you're taking on soup for at least the rest of that day. Guys, we are 135 away from today's goal. I was very happy about being able to knock today's goal down to 200. I thought I was doing everybody a really big favor. It ain't working out that way, boys and girls. We've made a whopping $65 in almost 4 hours. Oh, Jesus. It's $15 an hour. Oh, no, can't beg, though. Can't beg. I can ask, I can't beg. 135's the number, so that means let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Knock out the 135. I know it's arrogant. I know it's conceited, but the perfect week means a lot to me. And I think this would mean the streak is back up. We got a streak going again. It would be 3 weeks, and it would be 9 of the last 10 weeks. We've had perfect weeks. So let's do it. Let's get a couple of bucks in there for the old toe. I want that 135 hammered out, boys and girls. Apparently, numero uno Josh Denny fan is here just in time. Apparently, Elon Musk is an even bigger nerd than we thought. He is apparently, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that he wanted to have like a legion of babies with Twitter influencers. Like, he wanted to find the really, really hot chicks, the thirst trap girls on his platform, so he could knock them up and have his own quote. This is a quote: reach legion level before the next apocalypse. So in case you're wondering who the guy who has the keys to federal spending, it's a fucking dork. Like, here's what we're learning about Elon. I'm so glad that he decided to work with Trump, because it's really giving us kind of the full expose on who Elon Musk is. Elon Musk is a power nerd who got way too much money, should not have it, and used it in the most psychopathic ways ever. Elon's a problem. Already he's knocked up 12 chicks, and he just cuts them a check, has a kid with them. He's like Ego in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. And now, apparently, there's a chance that he only bought Twitter so he could use it to check out hot influencer chicks and ask if they'd like a few $1 million if he could drop a baby in them. A shocking new expose from the Wall Street Journal alleged that Elon Musk, billionaire tech mogul and Trump administration insider, is attempting to quietly build a legion of offspring protected by secret settlements and NDAs while using his social media influence on X to approach influencers he hopes will have his children. And then you sign NDAs and you can't talk about how he chased you down on the platform and fucked you. Ugh. But I think, what's her name? That Ashley St. Clair kind of showed us how much those NDAs are worth. The sprawling 6,000-word article published Tuesday lays bare the tactics Musk allegedly employs to manage the mothers of his many children and his privacy, all while reshaping public policy and chasing a vision of human survival that veers into sci-fi territory. You know what the worst part about all of this is? None of it's going to surprise me. The profile begins with a dive into Musk's entanglement with Ashley St. Clair, the 26-year-old right-wing influencer and former Babylon Bee staffer who claims to be the mother of one of his children after what began as social media flirtation. So again, this guy in his 50s creeps on these girls in her 20s, goes, do you want me to knock you up and I'll give you money? And he basically turns these proud right-wing, remember, it's all a grift with these right-wing girls. They're all, traditional family and American values, and we're conservative through and through, until Elon Musk flashes some cash and they go, stick it in, daddy, and plant it deep. Fuck, I shouldn't. God damn it. No, just let it. I'm 130 away from the goal. You're not going to clip that on me and not at least help knock it out. I am not going to tolerate being clipped that way, and I'm also going to miss out on my fucking perfect week by one goddamn cocksucking day. No fucking way. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, because I know you're going to clip that. Fuck. Money right now. Money right now. Carlos Cameo with $1 says Elon Musk is white Nick Cannon. He's creepier than Nick Cannon, though. We're 130 away. Let's knock this out after that fucking horseshit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. So he goes to these super conservative, godly, big-titted Republican girls, and he goes, oh, you want me to give you a baby? And they're like, yeah, let's do it. And it's like, what about your conservative principles? Oh, I love shopping, though. I thought absentee fathers and having children out of wedlock was like the biggest taboo these conservatives could do. I guess these dumb white conservative broads can't say no to an African guy. What will your father say? According to the Journal report, Musk told St. Clair during her pregnancy that they would need to have more children to reach Legion level before the next apocalypse, and floated the idea of using surrogates to produce them faster. All right, this guy's weird. At the same time, Musk reportedly offered St. Clair a one-time payment of $15 million and $100,000 a month in support. Nice. On the condition that she stay silent about the child and their relationship. I mean, if you can't raise a kid on $100,000 a month, even in this economy, I feel like that's being a little bougie. After her baby was born, when she requested a paternity test, the Journal reports she was directed to Musk's longtime fixer, Jared Burchell. So he's got a fixer guy. During a 2-hour phone call in December, Burchell described Musk as a very big-hearted, kind and generous person, but warned St. Clair that going through legal channels always leads to a worse outcome for the woman. So not only is he trying to breed a legion before the next apocalypse, but if these women dare ask anything more out of him, he threatens them. Elon Musk is straight up a piece of shit. Can't we get some guy who knows the political game better? Can't we get a Matt Gaetz to run Doge? I think that would be better. Let's grab Matt Gaetz out of retirement. Let's put him in charge of Doge. Let's put this Elon guy out to pasture. It'll work better for him because now maybe his dealerships won't get set on fire. People won't carve swastikas into his vehicles. Maybe it's time for Elon to take that vacation. I don't want my son to feel like he's a secret, said St. Clair. Well, no, you know what? Let's not give the money grubbing whores a pass either, though. Now, Because, like, look, you fucked the billionaire who said he'd give you money and keep it a secret. Now you're going, I don't want my son to think he's a secret. Well, you should have thought of that before you said yes. I don't want these women getting off scot-free thinking they're just some victim of Elon, because they're fucking not. Is Elon a weirdo? Yup. Is Elon one of the weirdest ducks out there? Sure as fuck is. But are these women victims of his? Nope. He laid it all out for them in the beginning. They agreed. Then they wanted to change the rules mid-game. Burchell reportedly warned Sinclair that to not sign some agreement associated with handing over $15+ million is absolutely insane and irresponsible, adding that they've dealt with some very unstable, mentally unstable people. Well, you fucking picked them. Wow, hey, I decided to stick my dick in all these Twitter influencers, and some of these e-thoughts turned out to be crazy bitches. Who could have saw it coming? When she didn't sign the NDA, the payments were reportedly slashed and eventually cut again to $20,000 a month. Oh, no. What is your child going to do with an income of $250,000 a year? How are they going to get shoes? The money is being weaponized, St. Clair said. You greedy hoes. You greedy bitches. The Journal report also revealed that on Friday, a paternity test returned Musk's probability of paternity at 99.9999999. He also used his social media platform to approach cryptocurrency influencer Tiffany Fong. Musk sent Fong a direct message asking if she wanted to have his baby. What a weird fucking thing to send to people. Hey, do you want to have my baby? Did you want to have lunch or something first or what? Despite never having met her in person, Fong confided in friends about the advance, and once Musk found out, he unfollowed her. This guy's got a fucking problem. Her X earnings after that reportedly nosedived. At the peak of Musk's engagement with her posting, she apparently raked in $21,000 over a 2-week stretch on his platform. He calls his ever-expanding brood of children a legion and has been seeking to recruit new mothers via X. 14 children with 4 women is what he's at now. Fucking hell. So, like, any conspiratorial, like, crazy fantasy idea you could have about what Elon Musk does to have his kids, it's 10 times more sci-fi than that. What a fucking crazy asshole this Elon is. Jesus. Let's continue on here. We got lots of people sending in little donos. I appreciate that. Crowder wears panties with $2, says believing a word Ashley St. Clair says is the biggest L. What makes her less trustworthy than him, though? Grand Poobah with $5 says, I don't think you can call, hey, I'm the richest man in the world, want to have my baby and a couple $1 million tactics. Any richest man on earth could pull that move off. Well, yeah, but it would be a tactic. Could be a tactic. Leo with $1 says the numero uno Josh Denny fan, and I both said he was a problem. This isn't news to some of us. He's psychotic. I'm assuming she's talking about Elon and not me. Let's go to numero uno. He says, look up Elon's net worth and calculate how many years worth of goals that is. And see you do the math. Numero uno with another $1 says, how much would it take for you to allow Elon to surgically implant a womb in you to have a few kids for him? 100 mil. 100 mil. I know what people are thinking. They're like, Aaron, that's a retarded thing to do to answer that question. But I've got an answer. I've got an answer. Hey, boys and girls, that's going to put us down to 125 for today. Let's fucking go.
Oh, buddy.
125 away from perfection, and we got 40 minutes left in today's show. Let's get that 125 hammered out. Help us out. Can't beg. Can't do the rally thing, can't beg. So you guys, now, Wally over on YouTube with $2 says you need to ask in a more begging kind of way. All right, how's this, Wally? Please send in your generous donations to this program. I don't mind missing, obviously, as you saw Monday. But I get antsy as fuck when I'm this close to a perfect week. I love perfect weeks. Now, the evening show did basically knock out their goal for Monday. Could I cannibalize that? Yeah, but I'd be a giant fucking asshole for doing it. So 125 is the number. Was that beggy enough, Wally? Numero uno with $1 says 100 million. Insane. He's got a whole country for less than 300. How about 20 million? No, we're not negotiating the thing. Yeah, see, people are trying to say, no, asking is begging. It's not. I make the rules. See, guys, when you don't take it that seriously, this is how it works. You guys get to say, no, what you're doing now is begging. And I go, no, it's not. It's not begging at all. I'm asking people to contribute to the program. Or like numero uno says, we are negotiating. Yeah, we're negotiating. 125 comes in and I'm way less annoying over the next 40 minutes. I think that's good. Oh, Renegger's not giving up. He's like totally begging. I'm sorry, Renegger, you're wrong. Guys, you can't win this because I don't care. I don't give a shit. I have fun with it. There's no victory in this for you. It's just watching me be shittier and shittier. 125, knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Honest to God, we started at 200 today because we did so well yesterday, and it has been a record low fucking performance today. With a whopping $75 coming in over 4 hours. Over 4 hours. Heck. Somebody on the evening show yesterday says, is there an amount we can throw in where you just skip the morning show tomorrow and do a 4-hour evening show? I should have maybe gone with that person. I maybe should have gone with that one. K-Fallin the Great with $5 has an AI song for us. Fuck it. I'll go with that. We're not winning doing anything else. I'll go with his AI song. Let's see what he's got for us. Numero uno with $1 says, come on, you let Nick try to impregnate you for free. $30 million plus all medical expenses for life. That did not happen, sir. $1 from Don Juan says, how much money to let Elon dig in your dirt womb, buddy? None. Camo Girl with $4.99 says, if someone offered you $10 million, would you cheer for the Packers instead of the Vikings for a season? For a season? Fuck yeah. 100% I would. Fuck. And I get $10 million? 110 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep the rally going. Perfect week coming up. See, it's 9:55 and I'm not doing the 5-minute begging thing. That's not begging, Renegger. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you guys. You're so kind. Let's go to K-Fallen's song while you guys dig deep and finish it off. What did he make this song about? This is called The Ballad of Old Aaron. All right, The Ballad of Old Aaron. Let's take a listen. Oh.
There's a man they call Old Aaron, got a podcast mighty fine. He'll tell you about the world while he sips on box wine. He's sharp as a tack with a devilish grin, but when the tip jar's low, you know he's begging again.
No, that's it. First of all, boxed wine, begging again. No, what do you mean?
Hey now, Aaron, don't you cry. Stealing bread and queso, keep spirits high. Drop the whiskey, time to on the floor. Living life full tilt, always begging for more.
Yeah, yes, always begging for more out of life. I agree. But the bread and queso, that's not accurate.
He's got the gift of gab, Smart to stay clean.
I agree.
Cracking jokes and taking shots in the spotlight's flame.
Yes.
But hand him a drink or the man's tumble. I said too much and he's sure to crumble. Hey now, Aaron, don't you cry. Stealing bread and queso, keep spirits high. Drop the whiskey, time to own the floor. Living life full tills, always begging for more.
I don't agree with all the lyrics of this song. I'm just letting you know. And this bridge is total bullshit coming up.
Gift to gab, smarter stay clean.
Wait.
Cracking jokes and taking shots in the spotlight.
Nah, they're repeating the second verse.
Living life full tills, always begging for more.
Let's get to the bridge. Take it to the bridge.
Begging for more. They say love's a battlefield, oh, Aaron knows it true. Cuckold tells you weeds neath the podcasting view.
What?
But behind that mic, there's a king in the dirt. A man of words, laughter, and mischief to flirt.
Yeah!
He's a rogue, he's a rambler, smartest of them all. With a voice like honey, he answers the call. Though that bread ain't his, and queso's down with glee. It's Aaron's world, y'all, it's as wild as can be.
When did I ever steal bread? When did the stealing bread thing become a thing? But I buy the queso. So I steal the bread, I buy the queso. Is that what I'm to understand?
Hey, Aaron, don't you cry. Stealing bread and queso, keep spirits high. Drop the whiskey, time to own the floor. Living life full of tilts, always begging for more.
Thank you very much. Thank you, K Fallen, for the new Steel Toe song. It's no Charles Manson, but it's pretty good. Thank you, Wally World, for another $5. Thank you very much, buddy. What are we, 105 away from today? Let's get it. Let's do it. $1 from numero uno, Josh Denny fan. Now, why? We're not negotiating all of these sex things. We're just not doing it, sir. He says, how much would you sell a butthole pic for? I'm not selling. First of all, I don't have butthole pics. Second of all, I'm not selling them. Thermodyne Diesel gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy. You know what that means? $80. We're only 80 away. We're into the double digits. We got a half hour left. $80 away from perfection. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Get after it, boys and girls. Cherokee, Aboliticious, McBuster, all getting memberships. Los Federales, you were not gifted a membership by Prolapse. That's not accurate. Pass on those memberships. Keep it going. Let's get this last $80 hammered out. Look what they do for the toe. No, guys, this rumor that I steal bread, though, we do need to take care of this. Numero uno says, voice like honey. These fools need to listen to last night's show. You know, if two $30 karaoke requests come in, we've pretty much got this thing knocked out, you know. Just pointing it out. 80 away from the big Steel Toe W and another perfect week. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's continue on. We've got, this one. This is gruesome. The Pitbull story. God, this one might actually be too fucking gross. This little girl was attacked in New York by a pit bull, by a dog. You know, the thing, people always give me shit for my take on pit bulls, but here's my thing. I've seen too many instances where a dog that was so nice and so amazing, and it's always the owner, it's never the dog, it's never the genetics, it's never any of that. I've seen too many sweet dogs who would never hurt a fly all of a sudden on the news because one day they snapped and bit a kid's face off. I've just seen it too much to buy the bullshit. That's all. I will always be more wary of that kind of a dog than I am any other breed. Except maybe like a Doberman, you know, the big overpowering breeds. I will always just be more on guard. You know, I've never been around a dog where I've been like, I have to be prepared as to how I might try to choke this thing out or knock it out. Never a golden retriever, never any kind of dog like that. A lab, nothing. Pit bulls, always. I'm always like, all right, I'm either going to punch it there or I'm going to take its back and I'm going to, try to put it in a rudimentary choke. I'm going to try and get him that. I don't know. I got to have a plan just in case some shit goes down, because I've seen way too many instances where it's a quote-unquote good owner and he had a good home and he was a nanny dog and he'd never hurt a fly. And some days he's just ripping a kid's face off. This is a story out of New York.
He could have killed me if no one was out there.
9-year-old Daniela Schlau has hundreds of stitches and staples in her head and nearly lost an eye and ear.
They pulled me down to the ground and it wouldn't let go. I was usually shaking my head right here. Then he let go for a second and started doing it on my head up here.
Locked onto her and wouldn't let go. And my husband jumped on top of the dog.
I jumped on his...
And by the way, you jump on the dog, you hit it with shit, and it doesn't fucking stop. Eyes roll over white, and you hear that high-pitched kind of screaming. It just latches. It goes into kill mode.
Back, and I just held his neck down. And my other daughter pulled his legs up.
Its owner eventually pulled the dog away, telling the family the pit bull got out a back door.
And I bet you that, by the way, if they would have beat the living piss out of that owner right then and there, don't fucking arrest him. Totally justified. In fact, rip his fucking arms off. Who gives a shit? Little girl almost loses her eye and gets stitches and staples all over her head. Basically, has to have her face put back together. You want to beat that guy to death in your front yard? Nobody better press charges. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
There is no backyard fence.
The dog was been known to easily just open the latch in the back door and then escape, which he has done numerous times before.
Daniela,
blow his fucking head off. No sympathy. It doesn't even have to bite a kid first. If it gets loose, just cap him.
Suffered a concussion, head, foot, and hand wounds. Part of her ear had to be reattached. She's recovering but traumatized. The family...
Hey, but don't worry, guys. I'm sure it was a nice dog. I'm sure it never hurt anybody until now.
Believes the dog is still next door. The owner was issued a summons for an unlicensed dog, must get a dog license and quarantine the dog for 10 days to determine its rabies status.
No, that dog dies. He fucking dies. There's no debate here. You can take it in, you can put it to sleep if you want to. Personally, I believe it deserves the old Yeller treatment, but that dog fucking dies. It's gone. No quarantine, no licensing. You have animal control come out with a rifle and you go, you want to do it or should I? You know what? Fuck it. Just have a hillbilly do it. Pay him like $20 and be like, go blow that fucking dog's head off.
It feels like that the dog who attacked my sister has more rights than she does
right
now.
The dog owner could not be reached for comment. The Schlau family has filed a dangerous dog application claiming it recently chased a child and has viciously approached their front door.
I want the dog to be removed from the home because we're afraid to go outside of our house because the dog is still unrestrained and it can escape and attack someone else.
I don't want the dog
in the house that he escaped from. And this whole neighborhood is filled with kids.
Dangerous dog applications are heard by a judge within 5 days of filing. A judge can order a dog restrained, removed, or even humanely euthanized.
Fuck the humanely part. We don't need it. Get Cletus out there with a fucking meat cleaver. Call it good. Diesel Cat with $5 says for the begging song. Thank you very much. 75 away from today. Finish it off, boys and girls. We're $75 away from a perfect week. Keep it going. Thank you very much for your contributions to our program. Stoned Out got a membership from Thermodyne Diesel as well. Enjoy that, boys and girls. Let's go to fentanyl kills more kids than anything now. Go after the Chinese. Leave Fido alone. How about go after both of them? Both of them. I've had staffy pups that got an order of destruction for less. Yeah. Sam Show says we can compromise. You can have a pit bull, but I get to snipe it the moment I see it outside. 09 Canyon says his mom, I think I missed one from 09 Canyon. My nephew's dog was a black lab mix and was the sweetest girl. I could go nose to nose with her, no worries. One day there was an animal fur stuck in the fence, and she turned on the other dog. His mom was hitting the dog in the hip with a shovel, and she didn't even react to it. Chad Buzamok says, this is a perfect example of a terrible owner, not the dog's fault. Terrible owner. Like Aaron, who leaves his dog home alone for 26 hours to go. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, the Onion people were so devoid of steel toe content because, again, we're just beating the fuck out of them. That they went, when I went out with my friends, they thought that I left my dog at home. This is how pathetic these people truly are. You know, when you go out, you take your dog to somebody who watches it, and then you pick the dog up when you come back. I know you guys aren't the smartest. I know your brain power is not up there. I know the IQs hang around the high 50s, but I hope I was talking slow enough to understand it. I'm just fucking with you guys. I know you know better. I know you're just desperate. I understand and I empathize. Kyler gifting a membership. Thank you very much. $70 away. Let's keep it going. $70 left. Kyler says, are we full on subs yet? Oh, no, I think we're about 15 subs away from being full on subs. No, I don't know. I think we might be, actually. I don't know. But you can put as many subs as you want in the waiting list. We've only got $70 left until we hit a perfect week here on the toe. No begging, though. Can't do the rally segment. So throw in your 5s, your 10s, your 15s, your 20s. And Chad, Buzamok, no. See, you tagged me on Twitter for this, and this is not what I asked you not to do this. Stick it in, Daddy, and plant it deep. Fuck, I shouldn't have. God damn it. No, just let it. I'm 130 away from the goal. You're not going to clip that on me and not at least help knock it out. I am a handsome boy. I am a beautiful, handsome boy, but that is a dirty trick. I mean, Buzamok, you're not even being careful anymore. You're not even being tricky anymore. You're literally leaving the part where I ask you not to do that in the video. I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm going to say I don't think you're a friend. I really don't. I think you might be anti-me. I know, crazy theory. No, it's okay. I know that Chad Buzamok is not a pro or anti-steel toe guy. He's simply an observer. But he did not like my classification of his DM the other day. He was tweeting with some people. But I told the truth, as I always do. I said Chad Buzamok, kind of said, no, I don't think talking about people's kids is okay, but the third world aristocrat stuff, the pedo stuff that Melton says, oh, they're jokes, they're jokes. And I said, yeah, you can say they're jokes. That's the hack's escape. But I joke about a lot of shit, and people get to call me racist, sexist, all that, and that's fair. When you decide to joke about that kind of stuff, people get to draw their conclusions about you. And I let him know that. I think he understood it. I think he's more of a Melton guy than anything, and those guys get very defensive when you point out the facts. So I understand. I don't hold it against him. He's got to kind of defend his boy, and his boy's really fucking hard to defend. I mean, especially with third world aristocrat exposing. I mean, I don't think you can be a Melton guy and actually believe your bullshit on the hacking stuff and on the child sex stuff. I don't think you can believe it. I think you're just trying to defend it because if in your mind, Aaron has to become a better person, if you have to face that fact, that's really difficult for you. And again, I empathize and I understand. So I get it. I understand. Don't worry. Again, I just poke. It's all it is. It's an infected, pus-filled scab, and I'm just sitting here. Bigot on socialist media says, is being a Melton guy a sign of severe brain damage? Yeah, it is. It is a sign of severe brain damage if you mean it, but I don't think Buzamok means it. I think he's just kind of mixing it up a little bit. Miss Tay says, Fatty Patty is a sick fuck. Well, I mean, he's got a disease of some sort. I mean, those facial sores are getting worse and worse every time I see a clip of anything. It's just, oh my God. It's overtaking its face. Even Keanu's been dunking on him lately. It's pretty brutal. All right, we got 20 minutes left, and we've only got, $70 away. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. You know what? A hundo drop kills it. Hundo drop kills it. Oh, yeah, Poignant Pachyderm in our chat really sets people off, too. Poignant Pachyderm, I like him. He gets people really riled up. Really riled up. I enjoy your work, sir. I really do. Thank you, Wally World. Appreciate that. Okay, we're all caught up. Let's get back down to business. Ooh, Melton's a putrid mess. Yeah, Chad Buzamak, you said you disliked the stuff about the kids. I said that. That's all I said. I said that you thought they were jokes, but you also are against the talking about kids stuff. And I just let you know that, like, look, man, I joke about shit too, but that doesn't mean people can't call me a sexist, a racist, and all that stuff. Once the joke leaves my mouth, it ain't mine anymore. That's the thing about performing. It's the audience gets to do with it whatever they want. And reasonable people can make their inferences. The only difference is only one of us cries about it like a little baby. RFK Jr. just released the findings of a new survey on autism, and I've got terrible news. You all fucking have it. You're all autistic as fuck. I hate to break it to you. And I hope it's not news to a lot of you, but you're all retardedly autistic. That ain't me saying that. That's the government. It's RFK Jr. He's letting you know. I'm just passing the dues on to you. Well, here you go. Here's RFK Jr. just concluded a study on autism, and he found out that your mom's filthy womb made you a fucking antisocial retard.
The ASD prevalence rate in 8-year-olds is now 1 in 31. Shocking. There's an extreme risk for boys. Overall, the risk for boys of getting an autism diagnosis in this country is now 1 in 20.
Jesus. What was that, 5%? 5%? 1 in 20. I mean, it makes sense. Like, when he gives us the numbers and you say, yeah, boys are really at a higher risk of autism, you kind of look around at the world and you go, yeah, it makes sense. That checks out.
And as high in California, which has the best data collection. So it probably also reflects the national trend, 1 in 12.5 boys.
Damn.
This is part of an unrelenting upward trend. The prevalence 2 years ago was 1 in 36. Since the first ADDM report in 1990, which was 1992 births, autism has increased by a factor of 4.8. That's 480%, I believe.
Jesus. You know, I would repeat to you guys back because it's really important. I would repeat exactly what you guys said, what that guy just said, but I lost my attention span. I wasn't watching. No. I'd like to, okay, now we've figured out what it is, but I'd really like to figure out how. You know? That whole, like, autism is becoming more and more common. Yeah, sure. Okay, we know. We're aware. Why? You know, it's going to be one of the biggest crimes, and people should be thrown in prison for it if these fucking vaccine people end up being right. Like, if we find out that maybe not the vaccines are giving people autism, but maybe that the way they're doling out the vaccines is increasing it. If we find out that that's the case, or like nutrition in the womb or whatever it might, or women waiting longer to have kids, I don't know. But let's work on the how. You know? We know the what. Let's figure out how we fucking, hit the reverse button on this, please. Numero uno with $1 says, Aaron wishes he was even artistic. Oh my God, if I could draw a picture. Fuck. Numero uno with $1 says RFK is a guy who literally has worm Okay, I think it's the way it's worded and the way it sounds coming out of your mouth. It's such a funny fucking mean line. RFK is a guy who literally has worm shit for brains. That's just not an insult that comes out anymore these days, you know? And it's not hyperbole. The guy does indeed have worm shit for brains. Hey, guys, a couple thank yous coming out. Walter with $30. Remember, Walter is fake. $30 from Walter and $10 from the ghost of Gino Bisconti. I did not know my friend Gino had passed. Ghost of Gino Bisconti says, happy 30th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing. Leave some fertilizer out for McVeigh when he comes down the chimney tonight. Thank you to the ghost of Gino Bisconti. That's 40 more. Hey, guys, $30 away. That's 6 memberships on Rumble. That's 10 memberships over on YouTube because it gives you the cheapest one. $30 away from today's goal and $30 away from a perfect week and just 13 minutes left to do it. Can it be done? Well, if anybody can do it, it's the best audience on the goddamn internet. Oh, that's you guys, by the way. I know. Surprise. Shocking. Yes, it's you. $30 away from today. Let's hit it. Let's call it a win for the toe, and let's pack it up for the day. What do you say, kids? Hey, we got a couple here left. I want to make sure we pick the right one. Oh, this one sucks. A guy was being arrested. He was a suspect in a crime in Indian River County, Florida. And the cops were in hot pursuit, and the guy's vehicle started on fire. And now, this is where the conflict happens. If you're this guy, and if you're having this issue where you're in a burning car, you want to be pulled out of the burning car. However, if you're being pulled out of the burning car, do you want it to be by the police who are just going to arrest you and throw you in jail? It's remarkably bittersweet, but it's actually a very harrowing video. Let's put it up for you here. This is out in Vero Beach, Florida. A suspect's car started on fire, and it was the cops who pulled him out of it. Oh, that's right. They do ads now. They embed ads in the story. Tricky fuckers. That was great. I didn't see a damn thing.
There's someone opening the door right now. Get out of the car! Yeah, we gotta go get him out.
No shit.
Get out!
We gotta go get him out of the car. Oh, I'm sorry. You mean the guy engulfed in a wall of flames isn't going to be able to scoot on out himself?
The car!
Sir, this is the police. Try scooching. Have you tried scooching? I repeat, scooch out of the flaming car.
Let's go! Get out of the car, dog!
Is that cultural appropriation when the police yell dog at a black suspect?
Hey, grab my fire extinguisher and passenger seat.
I love how he still runs out to the burning car with his gun drawn. Female cop, gun drawn. Flaming guy doesn't die. I love how you can't trust these motherfuckers a bit to the point where you're like, all right, I'm going to go pull him out of a burning car. But just in case I need to cap the motherfucker.
My leg don't work, bro. No. No. Come on, buddy. You gotta help me. You gotta help me. My leg don't work, bro. Oh.
And how the fuck are you driving? Oh, because he got in a crash. He busted up his legs. I was going to say, like, is this like a Johnny situation we got going on here?
Oh, bro. Oh. My leg don't work, bro. I know, buddy. We're going to get you, all right? My leg don't work. My leg don't work, bro. Hey, get away from the car.
Sir, you've made that abundantly clear. Your legs are not currently working.
Bro, my leg don't work, bro. Please help me.
That's what they're...
I know, dog. That's why we're pulling you.
Right. My legs don't work. I know, dog. That's why we're dragging your ass across the road. Suspect from the traffic stop was Donald Eugene James Jr., 41. He was transported in the area hospital. He faces felony charges. shit. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice that you were pulled from your burning car. It's nice that you weren't burned alive, but at the same time, not exactly the friendliest faces you want to see when you've got a felony warrant out. Christ. Oh, where did I? Oh, there we go. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, I'm hearing that RFK got this autism report from trackdoc.com. Oh, well, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was a TrackDoc report. That changes everything. $30 away from today's goal and 8 minutes left in the show. Will we bang out that last 30 before we go today? Fingers crossed. Let's see if we can get it at the last minute. Then we've got, the Michelle Trachtenberg news. I'm sure you heard that. I was kind of sure that Michelle Trachtenberg K'd herself. I thought that was going to be kind of like a depression thing or something like that. Apparently, Michelle Trachtenberg died from complications of diabetes. You never would have thought. She was tiny. She was little. She was skin and bones. Usually you associate diabetes with, Melton-sized fuckers, and they rot. Maybe that's what those sores are. Maybe those are diabetic sores. He's like, all of a sudden he's going to have feet and, legs hacked off. That's good. It'll feed starving children. Michelle's mother found her unresponsive after spending the night at her New York City apartment. Paramedics were called, but they pronounced Trachtenberg dead at the scene. They classified the death as natural, nothing with medication, nothing with anything like that. Trachtenberg had a liver transplant in the lead up to her death. About 20% of liver transplants were done on patients with fatty liver disease, a condition linked to diabetes and obesity. It's unclear if that is the reason Michelle underwent the... I don't think Michelle Trachtenberg was... if Michelle Trachtenberg was in danger of being obese, I think this whole country is fucked, quite frankly. Kyler says, bro, definitely diabetic sores. I mean, if not, it's something way worse. Oh, Dive Bar's right. Dive Bar just let me know because of that $1 from Numero Uno. We're $29.20 away from today's goal. Oh, Numero Uno also said she has type 1 diabetes. Oh, that means she was born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Okay, well, then that's different. Well, that's fucking sad, man. I don't know why, her dying of diabetes is better, though. Because, I'm like, oh, at least it's, at least she didn't K herself. I don't know, it's just, I guess dead is dead, but this is I guess socially it's looked at as better. Thank you, Fauci's Pangolin, for gifting a membership. We're only $24 away from today's goal. Let's go. We're almost there. 24:20 away from today with 6 minutes left, but we can't do the 5-minute rally thing. So I got to keep it there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, and Super Chats. A judge this is a federal judge. In September, several parents wore pink XX wristbands to their children's female soccer games, girls' soccer games, where trans-identifying male athlete Parker Terrell was playing on the other team. These were the wristbands they were wearing. They were wearing these as kind of a silent protest of letting biological boys play against the girls in soccer. To give you an idea, this was a girls' 18-year-old varsity soccer team, and this boy was 16, and he was already kicking ass on the team. The parents subsequently sued the school district because the superintendent banned the wristbands from the game because it might hurt the kids' feelings. The parents sued the school district, alleging that their First Amendment rights had been violated, and asked the judge to allow them to carry signs and wear wristbands featuring XX at school events while the case is ongoing. On Monday, however, U.S. District Court Judge Stephen McAuliffe, who was appointed by George H.W., ruled in favor of the district. So then the broader and more demeaning, harassing message the school district understood plaintiffs' XX symbols to convey was in context entirely reasonable. Wait a minute, but I thought this said that Oh, the federal judge blocked the high school parent. I thought it said block the high school from wearing the XX. Wow, so the parents aren't going to be allowed to wear the XX chromosome wristbands. That's too much harassment. And so the school, they ruled in favor of the school that they're protecting the kid and the parents can't wear them. Wow, talk about being hard asses. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, so you're going on vacation for a week, no shows at all for a full week. How's that work? No. Who said I'm going on vacation for a week? I mean, it's nice to know you'll miss me. I think we're going to miss a Friday show. That's about it. We're going to miss a Rumble Friday. We'll probably do it on Thursday instead. Numero uno with another $1. Hey, guys, $22.60 away from today's goal. Let's finish it off. That's 5 gifted memberships, and we've got ourselves a win. Numero uno says, you're doing a lame news story about some high school nonsense during the last 5-minute goal drive? Well, technically, we wouldn't be doing the last 5-minute goal drive anyway because we're inside of $50. So when you're about $20 away, you can't do the rally anyway. So I'm sorry. But we have 3 minutes left. You know what I've been seeing a lot of is that there's growing conspiracy theory that Katy Perry's trip to space was fake. I don't think I can go along with that. I don't think I can go along with the Katy Perry's trip to space was fake. I've been seeing the memes of like all the people that are going like, this is what a capsule that re-enters from space looks like. This is what the Blue Origin capsule looked like. I don't know. It just, why waste all the money and time to fake Katy Perry going up into space? I just can't. I just can't. Dive Bar says, cue the Jew music or hype train it. Nope, can't beg. Also, guys, here you go. I'll play it for you.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Rocky with 25, and it's over. He's at 50 for the week, and that's the ball game. That's the ball game. Rocky getting closer to that top 4. The toe back in business. Not going to... You really made me sweat till the last fucking minute, though. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, who started this no begging rule? Last Monday, you know, it's been 2 full weeks now. I said, let's see if it works. I took on someone's challenge. They said, don't do the begging. You can ask for money. Just don't do the begging. I said, okay, we'll give it a shot. I bet it won't work. And it's been working. The last 2 weeks have been perfect. There you go. So, and, you know, basically it's a shoot till we miss thing. If we have a week where we just crash and burn and it's fucking terrible, we'll give it back to you. Numero uno, you're in first place. Oh, wait, though, that's right. Miss Tay gave like 50 or 60 of that 143. I was going to say, you're in first place. You're one of the biggest reasons why this happened. So if you're in first place, I don't think you can really complain about it. All right. Well, I tell you what, guys, we had a perfect week, and we only have 3 people over $100. I love that. Thank you so much. Numero uno says, organize a week of crash and burns. Got it. There you go. That's my boy. Then tomorrow is Rumble Friday. I hope you saved up your links. I hope we see Vidam tomorrow. That should be great. Hopefully we win the soul of Vidam one more time, and we keep him away from the disgusting vermin of National Socialism. Oh, wait. Oh, looks like we're going to start. Hold on a minute. We're going to start over by $20 on Monday. Walter with $20 says, oh, shit. He says, call me Xavier this time. Well, I fucked that up. Good job, asshole. Well, looks like you guys went over for today. Thank you, Xavier. By the way, Walter, send me a message. Are you Wally World as well? Because if so, I think you're right there. You would be at $85 if you were Wally World. If I put the two of you together, you would be in the top 4. So let me know. One last text before we go. Have Johnny take over on the Friday that you're out. That's a good idea. We'll probably do that. Take it easy, guys. Have a great rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central Time. Don't miss me so much.